to greatness.
So let's cheer up and start. Right? Once again, I will say good morning. Did I hear a good morning? You don't seem to sound as nice as the weather out there. Good morning once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, every workplace has a door. A door. For some, walking through that door means walking into opportunity, walking into growth, walking into work and transforming lives. But for others, walking into that door could mean fear. So this morning and throughout the day, we're going to have a dialogue or call it a conversation on what door we intend to have at every workplace. Should it be a door where everyone walks in to meet opportunity and growth? Should we say no to doors to workplaces that portend fear, that portend everything that can go wrong in as far as our relations are concerned? I am not the most intelligent person to discuss much about this topic. I'm only good enough at listening, but also more importantly, inviting those that are more intelligent than us to discuss this issue as it is, without a doubt, close to all our hearts. And so, ladies and gentlemen, all of you in your respective capacities, and along the way we'll be introducing each other so that we get to know who is in the room. I will start with myself. So out of basic courtesy, my name is Kasiate, Simon Kasiate. I have the privilege this morning and throughout the day to be your master of ceremony. And I'm going to make a humble plea. I will feel violated if I am referred to as MC. Please keep it simple. I am simply Simon. Okay? So any reference to me would mean Simon. That said, you will allow me at this point in time invite someone that is going to give us an overview of the objectives of today's dialogue. And I'm sure you have a program before you, but there will be some changes to that program. Our program is not cast in stone, and so you will allow once in a while when there are some changes made to that program. But that said, allow me to invite the Gender and Human Rights Analyst from UNFPA, my good friend Nangonzi Chambade Annette, to come and set the stage right for us, and then we can get into our conversation in earnest. Annette. I think she deserves a hand clap, really.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to see you all. You'll allow me to stand on the protocol that will be established later. This morning, we are privileged to host all of you to an event very important and very close to the heart of the partners who are joining you today. That is under the leadership of Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, United Nations Population Fund, UN Women, and Private Sector Foundation Uganda. And we are going to discuss strengthening institutional mechanisms to prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence. So today, just like Simon mentioned, we would like to see how all of us together in this room are going to be able to move beyond compliance to construct cultures of profound institutional respect. So overall, this is going to be our objective for today. We want to be able to prevent. And under prevention, we are looking at how do we formulate practical workplace policies which neutralize risks. We also want to be able to detect. So in here, we want to build secure, accessible reporting systems, and we prioritize issues to do with sexual harassment, but also other forms of violence, which include technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And then we want also to be able to respond, to ensure that survivor-centered response mechanisms prioritize human dignity. So our first objective, specific objective, is strengthening institutional understanding of sexual and gender-based violence in the world of work. We must accurately be able to define the structural realities before we can dismantle them. So this will come into the form of shared learning as a bedrock of prevention. Number two, we want to be able to identify gaps in the workplace policies of all of us who are seated here today. We want also to be able to look at what are our compliance frameworks and organization safeguard systems. So in this objective, we want to be able to locate where systemic vulnerabilities live through objective, but also collaborative internal auditing of the different companies that are in this room today. Number three, we want to be able to strengthen safe, confidential, survivor-centered workplace reporting and response mechanisms in line with the ILO Convention number 190. And we have one of our able commissioners who will be taking us through this objective. And in here, we want to be able to build secure channels that unequivocally protect the individual and align with international standards. Objective number 4, again, as we interact in this room, we will be able to exchange and facilitate peer knowledge sharing among private sector institutions on what are those practical workplace systems, tools, and good practices. We want to be able to break corporate silos to elevate the safeguarding architecture and the entire private sector. And number 5, we want to be able to generate practical recommendations and minimum institutional standards that will inform a future high-level engagement with the corporate leadership. And in this, we want to be able to produce practical, uncompromising blueprints for the corporate leaders of tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, what is our roadmap for this event? The roadmap to institutional transformation will require all of us in this room to understand what the reality is, to identify what the systems gaps are, to be able to strengthen all of us in this room today, the way we respond via the ILO 190, to exchange the best practices and the lessons learned, and thereafter to generate leadership standards that overall will lead to a survivor-centered workplace. Thank you very much. Simon?
Yes, Annette.
You're welcome, sir, again.
Thank you very much. And I think Annette deserves a hand clap for setting the stage really in motion and ensuring that now we know why exactly we're here. And it's a conversation that really touches each one of us and speaks deeply to our hearts. Now, as you know, with all conversations, we will get formal, have the formalese, and then afterwards we get down to real conversations where we speak truth to each other, all in the name of making a formidable change. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call a distinguished member of this society that will set the stage in as far as the formalese is concerned. You recognize that in this room, this event is put together by, well, the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, without a doubt, and I think they deserve a hand clap. Conversations like this, when spearheaded by government, shows the level of importance to which the government holds. But also importantly, on the other hand, our development partners, and leading the pack is UNFPA. I think they deserve a hand clap as well. We also have another UN agency that has a long name. Allow me to read it, but then I'll put it down to the name that we all know. They say it's the United Nations entity for gender equality and the empowerment of women. No prizes for guessing, that's UN Women. And now, coming in from the Private Sector Foundation, allow me with humility invite the deputy, or should I call her, the vice chairperson of the board, Madam Sarah Kajingo, to start off with us the official remarks. Thank you. Let's welcome her.
Thank you, Simon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Commissioner, the Minister of State for Gender and Culture, represented by Commissioner Dr. Angela Nakafero, the UN Resident Coordinator, represented by the UNAIDS Country Director, Her Excellency Jackie Makoha, the Country Director of UNFPA, represented by Nohia, the Country Director of UNFPA, Excellency Christine Blokos, the Country Representative of UN Women, represented by Ms. Natasha Butrak, distinguished representatives of government and our honorable MP, private sector leaders. I see my friend, the CEO of Abbey Finance, Monica Sebuliba, our former Vice Chair of PSFU, Dr. Goodluck, the Chair of UWIL, Ms. Elizabeth Kasenene, our teams, private sector leaders, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm tidings from Private Sector Foundation, and it's my distinct honor to welcome you this morning to this private sector dialogue on strengthening institutional mechanisms to prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence in the world of work. But before I proceed, I will situate the role of Private Sector Foundation. 30 years ago, a team of business leaders led by the late Dr. James Mulwana, may his soul rest in peace, convened in a small, modest room and decided that Uganda's private sector shall be represented by one strong voice. They conceived Private Sector Foundation, and they could not have imagined that 30 years later, PSFU would grow to 300 business associations representing a combined 3.5 million businesses. So, ladies and gentlemen, Private Sector Foundation is the apex body of Uganda's private sector. And we convene the 300 business associations, corporate entities, and chambers of commerce. We serve as the principal platform for private sector advocacy, policy engagement, and enterprise development across 13 key sectors of Uganda's economy. And I would like to use this opportunity to extend our gratitude to our partners, the Ministry of Gender, UNFPA, UN Women, and the UN at large, as well as each one of you in this room, in convening this. We convene at a time when the world of work is undergoing profound transformation, driven by digitalization, artificial intelligence, platform economies, and evolving work arrangements. While these shifts present immense opportunities for productivity and innovation, they also introduce new and complex risks related to workplace safety, dignity, and protection from violence and harassment. As private sector leaders, we must respond with foresight, responsibility, and decisive action. Globally, evidence from the International Labour Organization indicates that more than 1 in 5 workers have experienced violence or harassment at work. In Uganda, national data reinforces the urgency of this issue. The 2020 National Survey on Violence Against Women showed that 8% of women have experienced workplace violence, with verbal abuse accounting for 84% of reported cases. Data from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and they shall have an opportunity this afternoon to present, consistently highlights structural inequalities in the labor market, including gender disparities in employment, informality, and vulnerability, factors that heighten exposure to workplace risks, particularly for women and young workers. On the 23rd of April, I had the opportunity to receive the latest National Human Resource Survey from Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and it points to Uganda's total workforce reaching 9.3 million. However, ladies and gentlemen, the vast majority of the 9.3 million is employed in the informal sector. You can imagine 7.1 million Ugandan workforce is employed in the informal sector, and you know that the informal business sector is dominated by women. So structural inequalities, an overwhelming informality of 90%, women more concentrated in informal and vulnerable work, and lower participation rates at 39.3% versus 57.9% men labor force. At PSFU, we are happy to have made deliberate investments in advancing safe, inclusive, and responsible business practices. As an institution, we have a functional human resources unit that not only ensures compliance to national laws, but supports people, as well as a gender equality committee, and its chair was here earlier, Rebecca, that serves as a staff-led committee and a first point of contact. At the board level, we have a people and culture committee, which I have had the privilege to lead. In partnership with UNDP, we have supported over 90 companies through the Gender Equality Seal program, strengthening gender-responsive leadership, workplace policies, and corporate governance systems. Under the Spotlight Initiative, in collaboration with UNDP and the Ministry of Gender, we contributed to national efforts to eliminate sexual and gender-based violence by supporting institutional strengthening, policy alignment, and workplace sensitization among private sector actors. Through collaboration with UNFPA, PSFU led corporate collective action to address sexual harassment in workplaces, supporting enterprises to establish prevention frameworks, confidential reporting systems, and survivor-centered response mechanisms. We've also strengthened capacity of business associations within high-risk sectors, including artisanal and small-scale mining. Under initiatives such as the innovative Lead Farm Structure in partnership with MasterCard Foundation to create decent work opportunities for youth, we supported dozens of companies to institutionalize safeguarding systems and promote safe and inclusive work environments. We too have a creche at PSFU, and so our young women with children have an opportunity to come over to PSFU with their babies. They don't have to leave the babies at home. Through enterprise development programs such as the GROW project, which we co-implement with the government and supported by World Bank, we continue to strengthen the resilience, productivity, and sustainability of enterprises. So at PSFU, we firmly believe that workplace safety is not a compliance issue. It's a strategic business imperative and a driver of sustainable growth. So we therefore urge all private sector members to emulate. This national dialogue is therefore designed to move us beyond commitments to institutional action, to strengthen workplace policies, codes of conduct, and safeguarding systems, to establishing safe, confidential, and survivor-centered reporting mechanisms, to enhance compliance, accountability, and enforcement frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, when employees feel physically and physiologically safe, they are more engaged and productive. That translates into higher output. Safety reduces costs, fewer accidents, disputes, and burnout cases mean lower spending on medical claims and lawsuits. There is also a strong link to reputation and market access. I know firsthand that partners around the world, investors and customers increasingly peg decisions on how companies treat their people. Businesses known for safe and respectful workplaces are more likely to win contracts, attract investment, build customer trust, as well as brand loyalty. It also supports innovation and growth. When people feel respected and heard, they are more willing to share ideas, flag risks early, and collaborate. That culture helps businesses and to adapt and expand. As I conclude, we are alive to ESG considerations that are fast becoming global standards. No investor or partner around the world needs permission to look through your companies. So, but as we're already reaching out to you, to ready you to these global considerations, we urge you to listen and integrate. And at PSFU, we have taken this a notch higher by starting a capacity building unit and a business development services unit. So we will continue to equip Each one of you in the private sector charged with people in your companies, HR professionals, compliance officers, occupational safety experts, digital safety teams, and worker representatives with the knowledge, tools, and systems required to prevent, direct, and respond effectively to workplace violence. My call to you as private sector actors is to remember that safe workplaces are not optional. They are foundational to productivity, to profitability, innovation, and indeed to sustainable business growth. Invest in mechanisms that promote safety in your workplaces. As we commence this dialogue, I urge each one of you to engage constructively, share practical experiences, and focus on scalable solutions that can be implemented across our institutions. Allow me to conclude with this reflection. A workplace that's safe and free from violence is not just a right, it's the foundation upon which resilient businesses, competitive economies, and inclusive societies are built. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country. Thank you.
Thanks a great deal, Sarah. Yeah, it's an interesting way we are doing this conversation, so you can make your way down back to your seat as I request all of us to really give her a hand clap. You'll pardon me, I will be making a presence of myself across the room so that we break the monotony of all of you having to have your eyes glued to one side of the stage. So I may appear very close to you, but in case you have a challenge with twisting and turning your neck to exactly see me, I look better and bigger on the screen right behind here. And there are places of me that you can see that I have never seen, like the back of my head for some angles. That said, ladies and gentlemen, I think that Sarah has made a very impassioned presentation that speaks to the core of how important safe workplaces are considered by no less the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. Now, folks, a safe work space, if I got Sarah right, and if the literature I've had to go through in preparation of today is anything to go by, is more than just having a robust fence around your office premises, of having alarm systems, of ensuring that you have CCTV cameras prying on people. I think a safe workspace is more about people and how you relate than the physical securities that you put in place. Now, some of you here are bosses, let's put it that way. You do not want, after walking out of this room, to go back to your workspace and continue being called what you actually are called when you are not listening. Many of us are called bosses from hell. When we park into the workspace parking lots, the whole place goes into a quiver. Everyone begins to get on their toes, not to perform, but to fear. I've been working for some time, and I'll tell you without a fear of contradiction, many years ago, 26 years ago, I had this boss. When he showed up in the parking, there was always this mama that would go across the whole building, like we did in school, where you'd say, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. I know, Christine, you wouldn't relate, but for us who went to schools in this part of the world, the word teacher being mentioned in mamas in school corridors meant trouble. Now, let's not be that kind of boss whose name is associated with that kind of feeling. Let's take lessons today. I'm not the best person again to make that call. Perhaps with a more, stronger, convincing voice, Dr. Angela Nakafero, the Commissioner for Women and Gender Empowerment at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, will be better placed than any one of us to state unequivocally the country's commitment, government's commitment to safe, respectful, and survivor-centered workplaces. Let's welcome Dr. Angela.
Thank you very much, Simon, for that kind introduction. The representative of the United Nations representative to Uganda, His Excellency Leonard, who is not around with us, Zulu, but represented by Her Excellency Jackie Makoa, as the country representative of UNAIDS, the representative of UNFPA, Christine, I wouldn't want to dare pronounce the second. You're most welcome. The representative of other UN agencies, UN Women, UNDP, we're excited to have you in the space. Honorable Byakatonda, Dr. Byakatonda, workers representative, I think he's just moved out. Madam Sarah Kajingo, the Vice Chair of Private Sector Foundation Board. Distinguished guests from the private sector, I'm so excited to see quite a number of distinguished women who have invested heavily into the private sector. You're most welcome, Mama Dieri, Elizabeth Goodray. We are really excited to see you in this space. Madam Mona Sebuliba, our keynote speaker for today, thank you for creating the time. Distinguished representative from the private sector, civil society organizations, academia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor, Social Development, it is my honor and pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this technical private sector dialogue on safe, respectful, survivor-centered workplaces, and of course, a conducive working environment. I extend the sincere appreciation to our partners, Private Sector Foundation, UNFPA, UN Women, for their collaboration in advancing safe and dignified workplaces in Uganda. This dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, comes at a critical time when the world of work is rapidly evolving. We've witnessed digitalization, remote and hybrid work arrangement. We seem to start seeing artificial intelligence, the expansion of digital financial systems. All of these are transforming the work environment. These environments, ladies and gentlemen, present great opportunities for us, as well as introducing new emerging risks, especially those that are related to work safety, dignity, and exposure to sexual and all forms of gender-based violence, including technologically facilitated violence and abuse. We must acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, persistent structural challenges within the labor market. There remain significant deficits in the availability of decent work opportunities, particularly for women and girls. Many women continue to be concentrated in low-skilled labor, low-paying, as well as informal jobs that are characterized by limited job security, inadequate social protection, restricted opportunities for career advancement, and at times, lack of safety for the person and others surrounding her. The situation does not only undermine the economic empowerment of women, but also increases their vulnerability to exploitation, abuse, and various forms of violence and harassment. Addressing these disparities, ladies and gentlemen, is therefore an essential strategy in terms of contributing to inclusive, safe, and equitable workplaces. Globally, more than 1 in 5 workers experience violence or harassment at the world of work. In Uganda, according to the WUBOS survey that was undertaken in 2020 but disseminated in 2022, 84% of Ugandans have experienced verbal abuse. 21% have been subjected to sexual violence, and 49% have been subjected to online violence. On average, 86% of Ugandans, wherever you are, whether in the private sector or even public, have been exposed to work-related violence. And of course, these are statistics that present people's lives. You wouldn't imagine the opportunities to career advancement. You wouldn't imagine the opportunities to better incomes that have been undermined because of work-related violence in Uganda. We note, as a country, we have quite a number of positive laws and policies. The Employment Act of 2016, which has been reviewed, presents a strong legal instrument for us to address gender-related violence at the world of work. Last year, Uganda ratified the ILO Convention 190, and of course, it's committing government and all stakeholders to ensure that we are able to take deliberate efforts to eliminate work-related violence in Uganda. It is easier said. It requires a lot of commitment from all of us to be able to respond to work-related violence, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, today's dialogue provides a platform for technical engagement on how institutions, private sector companies can take actions to operationalize the existing laws and policies in terms of creating a safe working environment. We recognize the efforts of the Private Sector Foundation. I was part of the Gender Equality Seal for the private sector companies, and it presents interesting lessons as well as challenges that we need to address as a country. As part of that initiative, it was very clear that even within our private companies in Uganda, gender-based violence is an issue. Economic exploitation of women is an issue, but also the work environment is not always conducive. So as government, through the Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development, would want to engage the private sector foundations towards creating safe and conducive work environment. A lot of work has been done within government, cultural institutions, religious institutions, and civil society organizations. It's now time to look at the private sector, which is employing quite majority of Ugandans in this country. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to emphasize 3 key priorities. We need to institutionalize prevention and response to gender-based violence. Every workplace must have clear enforceable policies that address sexual harassment and gender-based violence in line with the Employment Act, but also the ILO Convention 190 that government of Uganda has ratified. Thank you very much. We need to strengthen reporting and response. When we were doing the Gender Equality Seal in a private sector foundation, we found out that majority of women are silent about these issues. And there's little we can do when all of us are silent. We can only take action when we pick up the courage to report cases of violence, but also the individual companies putting in place mechanisms that can allow workers to report some of these cases of violence, ladies and gentlemen, in a confidential and survivor-centered approach. Ensuring accountability and leadership is priority number 3. Corporate leaders must take responsibility for promoting respectful workplaces and a conducive work culture that ensures that the rights of women and girls are protected. We need to celebrate some of the banks that have already put in place some of these institutional mechanisms. Standard Chartered was one of them. DFCU was another. And Stanbic. Those are some of the banks that have already put in place institutional mechanism for reporting cases of violence, but also responding. We are also happy that Private Sector Foundation has also put in place issues around child care, because child care is an important component of young women's work environment, and of course a requirement for them to be productive and contribute gainfully to the companies or institutions wherever they are employed. We need to encourage all participants to engage actively and share experiences and contribute to building practical and sustainable solutions to the prevention and response to work-related violence. It is our commitment, ladies and gentlemen, to end gender-based violence, create a safe and respectful survivor-centered work environment, as well as a working environment that gives us the opportunity, regardless of who we are, to contribute effectively to the companies and institutions where we are employed. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to reaffirm government's commitment to promoting safe, respectful, and gender-responsive work environment in Uganda, and we can only do this when we work together in our respective capacities, but also committing resources, because this work requires a lot of efforts, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labour, Social Development, we welcome you to this discussion. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, our development partners, for the support. We look forward to an honest discussion and, of course, commitments that will create a safe working environment wherever we are. For God and my country, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakafero, for that very, very enchanting speech coming in from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I think what she just said were not just presentations, but from the sound of what she said, she possibly was making dictums, or should I say, declaring laws, things that ought to be done without question. I mean, it's the government speaking. So if you couldn't pick it up from other speakers, ignore it from Dr. Nakafero at your own peril, because then that's the government of Uganda. Now, folks, as we continue in our phase of opening remarks, we should have had here Mr. Leonard Zulu, who, as you all very much know, is the country rep for UNFPA. But because he's not physically present in the country, he sent through what, in all derogatory speech, was a dangerous substitute. Now you'll understand that as we grow, certain things become obsolete, and certain phrases begin to sound violating. So you'll forgive me if I refer to you as a dangerous substitute for Leonard Zulu, and in today's speak that sounds a little scary. But that's what we consider you to be, to say that you're going to fit in his shoes, big as they are, perfectly, because he chose you. Folks, without further ado, let's welcome the one and only Jackie Mahoha, who I hope I pronounced the name well, who will represent Leonard Zulu in making the remarks along the ambit of opening today's dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those welcoming words. I'm not too sure I'll fit in the shoes, but I will try my best. Commissioner Angela Nakafero, representing the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The UNFPA representative, my colleague Christine Blockers. Honorable Biakatonde, presenting the workers. Ms. Sarah Nakajingo, the Vice Chair of PSFU Board. Excellencies, distinguished private sector leads, colleagues from government, the United Nations, and development partners, workers in the room, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to join you today at this important dialogue on safe, respectful, and survivor-centered workplaces. On behalf of the resident coordinator of the United Nations, Leonard Zulu, I'm happy to bring his greetings to you today. He was not able to be here today. He's out of the country, and therefore I'm honored to represent him. Let me begin by acknowledging the leadership of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and the strong partnership with PSFU, UNFPA, and UN Women in convening this timely engagement. We meet at a moment when the world of work is rapidly transforming, and I think we've heard that from the previous speakers here. It's transforming through digitalization, new employment models, and technological innovation. The world of work is no longer what we grew up knowing. It is different, and it is changing rapidly. While these shifts create opportunity, they are also introducing new and complex risks, particularly in relation to sexual and gender-based violence in the workplace. Globally, more than 1 in 5 workers have experienced violence or harassment at work, with women disproportionately affected. Here in Uganda, evidence shows that workplace violence remains a real and persistent challenge, often underreported and insufficiently addressed through institutional systems. I think that is why we are very happy that the Ministry of Gender is taking this issue enacting policies, strategies, working with private sector employers to ensure that we make workplaces safe. This is not only a human rights issue, ladies and gentlemen. It is a development, economic, and productivity issue. Unsafe workplaces limit women's participation in the labor market, they reduce productivity and institutional performance, and they undermine trust in systems meant to protect workers. Conversely, safe and inclusive workplaces are a driver of economic growth, women's economic empowerment, innovation, and inclusive, sustainable development. Uganda has taken an important step through the ratification of ILO Convention number 190, therefore affirming the right of every worker to a world of work that is free from violence and harassment. The task before us is clear. We have to move from commitment to implementation. We have to move from policy to institutional practice, and we have to move from awareness to accountability. This dialogue is therefore both timely and strategic. It brings together regulators, employers, workers, and development partners to focus on what matters most. And according to us at the UN, there are 4 things that matter at this point in time. Number 1 is strengthening workplace policies and safeguarding systems. Secondly, it's establishing safe, confidential, and survivor-centered reporting mechanisms. And third, it's embedding accountability within corporate and institutional frameworks. And finally, leveraging innovation and partnerships to scale up solutions. As highlighted in today's program, the emphasis must be on practical institutional mechanisms, not just discussion, but actionable pathways. The United Nations remains committed to supporting Uganda in this important journey. Through UNFPA, UN Women, and the broader UN system, with support from our development partners, we will continue to do the following. 1, to provide technical expertise and global evidence. We will support institutional strengthening and capacity development, and we will facilitate partnerships with the private sector and promote accountability to international standards. Let me close with a clear message to the private sector. Safe workplaces are not optional. They are essential. They are central to business integrity, workforce well-being, and national development. And leadership matters. The decisions made at institutional level by chief executive officers, by boards, by human resource management leaders will determine whether workplaces are sites of risk or spaces of dignity and opportunity. I encourage all of us here today to engage openly, think practically, and commit meaningfully so that the outcomes of this dialogue translate into real change within institutions. And I know that all of us, having come here today, we are committed to make the changes that matter. Now, on behalf of the conveners, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, UNFPA and UN Women, I'm pleased to declare the meeting open. Thank you.
Are we this unexcited to have this meeting officially opened? Thank you very much, Jackie, for indeed those very heartwarming remarks, but importantly, coming to step in dangerously but positively in opening today's engagement. Now, folks, for us to make sure that this space is safe for all of us that are abled in many ways, some more than one, you will allow me invite somebody to the center stage, Barry Orwoch, who is going to ensure that some of us in this room don't miss out on the conversations. Barry is going to lead our sign language, so those who are able in a manner that can read his signs are certainly going to be fully included. Let's clap for Barry. Barry, in this room are distinguished members coming in from different facets that will form the conversation that we have today, which is around safe, respectful, and survivor-centered workplaces. So I'm also going to introduce them to you so that you know who is in the room. And folks, if I mention your name or the institution that you come from, it's only fair that you stand up and wave at Barry. Those who are coming in from the academia, and I know my friend Dr. Harriet Kebirunji, you're here, and your friends and your colleagues, please stand up and wave to Barry. Representatives of the academia. I also have representatives from the Uganda Farmers Association. Where are you? Uganda Farmers Association? Aha, tremendous. Thank you for making it here. This is the time when all farmers should be in the garden because of the weather, but you've made time to come and be with us. We thank you. And then, of course, the bulk of this room are folks coming in from different government ministries, departments, and agencies. And in my particular fancy, I think I just saw someone walking in from the Uganda Prison Services. So all of us, let's stand up if you represent a government ministry, department, or agency. Those cannot only be those only. I know, okay. Then, of course, we've got representatives of civil society, organizations, and the private sector. Where are you? Please don't be shy. We haven't yet passed the sovereignty bill, so you may as well stand up and be known for who and what you exactly are. But also in our midst, we've got, and talking about the sovereignty bill, I hope that Honorable Dr. Abdul Byakatonda, please stand up. He's a Workers' MP. And Honorable Abeja Susan, woman member of parliament for Otuke. You just came in, where are you? Ah, very well. So everything around the sovereignty bill, please let's speak to these representatives of ours. I know for some, it's just a matter of weeks before they exit the house, but you know there's always passing on the baton. So they may pass on your concerns to the person that's going to represent them after. So Barry, do you now have an appreciation of who is in the room with you? And then of course, you know I introduced myself to you earlier, we know each other. So now, we have the next person coming on the stage who's going to give us the keynote address for today's conversation. Now this person's CV, or should I say their profile, is so heavy that I had to get an external drive to have it carried on my phone for me to be able to read it to you verbatim. And so I'm going to request for your great attention. Gladly, this person is a lady, but a distinguished lady. A lady who is a chief executive of an institution that I'm going to be telling you shortly. She leads the formation of strategic partnerships to facilitate access to sustainable green finance for agribusiness and smallholder farmers across Uganda. So now you have to pay attention, Uganda Farmers Association. Beyond her leadership at that institution, this lady's extensive board service highlights her commitment to various sectors. She serves on the boards of Stanbic Holdings Limited, SBG Securities Uganda, Hill Preparatory School, and yes, she also holds the vice chairpersonship of the Uganda Federation of Employers Governing Council. So while I thought that I had exclusivity to this information and that you are hearing it for the first time, someone on the machines chooses to put my script on the screen. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mona Muguma Sebuliwa, the Chief Executive Officer for ABI Finance Limited, who is taking us through the keynote address for today. Thank you, Mona. Over
Thank
to
you, Simon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. They've not served us breakfast, but I hope I can get some more oomph. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. Allow me to stand on the existing protocols and address you all as very important and distinguished guests, which you are. I've been introduced. My name is Mona Muguma Sebuliwa. I'm the Chief Executive for ABI Finance. And as I was reflecting, I was wondering why I had been asked to speak. And I thought perhaps it's because of the privileged work that we have done at ABI, which I'll speak to later, and from which I'm drawing inspiration and lessons that I can share in this room. But before I go further, I'm a mother of 3, 13, 11, and 7, and just one girl who is sandwiched between the 2 boys. And one, she's always complaining and saying, I must have another baby to equalize the numbers, because with their dad, we get outnumbered. So they become 3 boys against 2 girls. And I keep telling her that I have no control over what the outcome would be. And the other day, by the way, she quipped and she told me, but I think it's okay, I think you're growing old. Can you believe? The second reason is many times the boys will find me in conversation with her, and then they ask, is this girl talk or everybody talk? And then we decide and we say it's everybody talk, or depending on what we're talking about, it's girl talk. And the reason I bring this up is, one, I celebrate the number of ladies in this room, the ladies at leadership, the ladies from the private sector, from government agencies, from the UN agencies, from all walks of life. And then we have a smattering of men. And I thought to myself, is this topic girl talk or everybody talk? Where are the gentlemen? Where are you, Simon? Where are your colleagues? We can't be speaking to ourselves. And perhaps going forward, we should be very intentional that while we've done well and while we have more women in leadership, we mustn't leave our brothers and our gentlemen colleagues, because we need them to speak for us in rooms where we are not. And believe it or not, they still also hold or are gatekeepers to a lot of gateways to power and influence, and if we don't have them at these tables discussing with us, dialoguing with us, we might be speaking to ourselves. But very well done on all of us being here, and I know that we will get the discussion and ratios right for the future. And I'll get straight into it in terms of what we've learned at ABI. ABI, for those of you that don't know us, we are the Agricultural Business Initiative, and we have 2 arms, ABI Development, formerly ABI Trust. Anybody who knows ABI Trust? I keep, indeed, Honorable, you're one of our distinguished partners. And indeed, Centenary Bank is also one of our distinguished partners. But many places I go, I'm always asked ABI Trust, and that's how we're known. We stopped being ABI Trust, and ABI Trust formed into a company limited by guarantee and became ABI Development, and I lead the second arm, ABI Finance, that is focused on supporting the financial institutions such as Centenary Bank in adopting green and sustainable finance and ensuring that our smallholders, smallholder farmers and agribusinesses have access to green and sustainable finance. Our sister company, ABI Development, works directly with the agribusiness actors to ensure that we enhance production and productivity for the agribusiness sector. And so we've been doing this for the last 15 or 16 years ago, having been set up in 2010 by the governments of Uganda and the governments of Denmark. And recently, our ownership at ABI Finance completely changed, and now we are owned by the Investment Fund Denmark, as well as the European Union delegation to Uganda. So that's who our shareholding is. But we're country-specific, Uganda-focused, and sector-specific, agribusiness-specific. And while we focused on the adoption and the delivery of good agribusiness value chain financing, over the last 3 to 5 years, we have now layered on sustainability and green finance. And why? I'd like to first start by sharing some statistics. It came to our attention about 5 years ago, first of all, that in terms of climate change and its vagaries on the agribusiness sector, Uganda was the 14th most vulnerable country in the 52 countries on the continent, and also the 10th least prepared to adapt to climate change. And this is costing us, or was costing us, between 2 to 4% of our GDP, that amounted to about 3 trillion. When I looked up the statistics around gender-based violence in Uganda, and a lot has been said by our eminent speakers around the impact we're seeing, 1 in 5 women affected by gender-based violence. When we put it in monetary terms, we are losing about 3.76 trillion in productivity, accounting for about 2.76% of our GDP in this country to effects of gender-based violence. So over and above the statistic, the human statistics, which is really big, 1 in 5, we're seeing that it impacts that production and productivity of our people, of all of us at this table in the places that we work. Because that 3.76 trillion that is lost is from you and me. When we lose our productivity, when we lose our ability to deliver in any space in which we work, we are contributing to that loss. And so it is important, and it behooves us to all pay attention, get all hands on deck, and ensure that we're doing what we have to do. I very much enjoyed the continuum that was shown us in terms of the steps to getting to a survivor-centered workplace, and I found myself mentally thinking where we are on the mapping. And I hope that from today's conversation, from the steps that I'm going to speak about, we will then think critically and see where on the continuum we are, and be vulnerable enough to, one, identify where we are, what our gaps are, put our hands up and say where we need help. Right now at the table, as I learned about the convention, the 190 Convention ILO, I got in touch with our head of people and culture and just said, yes, we do have a policy for the prevention of gender-based violence. I'm not too sure we're compliant with 190. So I just asked her to check with our head of legal and compliance and just, one, are we aware of the 190 ILO convention, and are our policies compliant? And that's the kind of vulnerability and putting our hands up that we require, because that is the beginning of us understanding where we are on the continuum and doing what we have to do. And I will not keep you long. I'll just share quick lessons of what we have done in the role that we have played in fostering or supporting the adoption of green finance within our financial services sector, specifically to the adoption for the agribusiness sector. And sustainability. What is sustainability? Sustainability is ensuring that we use today's resources in a way that we leave room and the ability for future generations to thrive as well. So what are we doing to be sustainable? And how are we ensuring that future generations that come after us, the kind of legacy we're living, will be one that we are proud of? And we find that sustainability is built on 3 key tenets, and the Vice Chair, PSFU, spoke on them in her remarks. ESG, economic, sometimes it's economic focus, but in our world we like to have it as environmental responsibility, environmental management, social inclusion, ensuring that indeed all walks of life, male, female, youth, not youthful, I do not want to call us aged, and various areas of demographies, refugees, underserved regions. In our case in Uganda, there's northern and eastern Uganda, that we are socially included and are having access to all the services, goods and services that are due to us, and good corporate governance. Those are the 3 tenets: ESG, economic or environmental management, social inclusion, and good corporate governance. And I find that prevention of gender-based violence sits firmly in those 3 tenets, and I'll start first with good corporate governance. Governance is really how corporate entities are held to account. And it is done usually by laws and regulations, policies and standards. Laws and regulations tend to be outside of the organizations. Policies and standards are usually internally facing. And from our perspective as the organizations that we represent here and work through here, what kind of laws and regulations are we complying with? If we're not, what are we doing about it? What policies and standards do we have in place? And also, what systems do we have from a board level, shareholder level, board level, management level to track these matters and discuss them and hold management accountable to ensuring compliance, and thereby resulting in the cascade from laws, regulations, conventions fitting within our policies and our standards, these things being reported on. Do we have reporting standards in the people and culture committees where we say how many cases were reported on? If not any, are we providing a safe and confidential mechanism for people to speak up? Because sometimes we get carried away. From a social inclusion perspective, again, as I mentioned, ensuring that every or all members of society have equal access to the goods and services within the country. And it's smart business, it is smart and wise to ensure that your partners, your stakeholders, from the various regions, from the various demographies, from the various genders, are accessing your goods and services, are experiencing your organization, your services in an equal, fair, and just manner. Again, ensuring that our gender-based violence policies and also our products and services prevent gender-based violence is quite critical. From an environmental management perspective, the link for us is with climate change and its adverse impact on the economy. In stress times, we find that economic stress usually leads to a rise in gender-based violence. And so there's an almost indirect link in getting an economy, a country, to adopt to climate change, reducing the stresses, the economic stresses that come from climate change, help reduce the mental stress and fatigue that usually results in abuse. So when we look at all the tenets, and I'm moving very quickly to help us catch up with time and not bore you with very long details, but when we look at all the tenets from environmental management, social inclusion, and good governance, we find that if we look and make sure we are taking on the prevention of gender and domestic violence lens in all of this, we will ensure that we have a sustainable organization, a sustainable sector, a sustainable country. At ABI, it goes beyond just our policies. We find that we work through implementing partners, we invest in various businesses, and our screening goes as far to ensure that our partner organizations are screening for and have the right policies and right operations in place, and where there are gaps, we do not shun them and do not walk away from them, but rather we build their capacities, hold their hands. Whose hand, whose capacity are you building? This is not something that we can walk away from. We cannot walk it alone, and we need to find a collective way of linking arms and ensuring that we don't leave anybody behind, and that we are moving together. So I call to you and I ask, from not just your organization, but your stakeholders, your partners, who are you working with, whom are you supporting, and what can you do more just beyond your organization to support your stakeholders? Quickly, as a roadmap that I'd like to leave with to support the continuum, the adoption to the continuum that we looked at earlier. One, if there's some calls to action and action points that I hope you can take away with and reflect at your tables and work with, it will start by first that engagement with your teams, a status quo. Where are you on that continuum? And what are the gaps and what have you got to do? So there's that engagement, and there's that very thoughtful and clear and honest and objective discussion to put your hand up and say, this is what we're doing well and these are our gaps. And then we get on with building our capacities for ourselves and for our stakeholders. In our case at ABI, for the last 12 years or 11 years prior to the adoption of sustainable mechanisms, we were carrying on as business as usual. It is our shareholders, and at that time it was the Royal Danish government that then came and layered on the matters of sustainability. Never mind that we were intervening in the agricultural sector and should have known better, but sometimes it takes an outside view looking into us, or people that have walked the journey ahead of us, reaching back and holding our hands and bringing us to where we need to be. And that is what, and resources have been committed to that process. Our own capacity as an organization, as ABI Finance, as ABI Development, our staff, would speak eloquently or teach eloquently on the matter and own it before we then teach our partners. So our own capacities were built, and part of those resources, we allocated some to build the capacities of our stakeholders. So after you identify the gaps, get on with building the capacity, not just of yourselves, but of your wider stakeholder community. You can link arms through apex associations at times. When you combine or bring your resources together, you have synergies where 1 + 1 = 3 and not 2. So think of how best and creatively to use the resources at your disposal to build yours and your stakeholders' capacities. We then need to set clear goals and targets that are smart and measurable and achievable and time-bound, which are then tracked at a shareholder level, at a board of directors level, at a management level, and at an operations level. As you know, that which doesn't get measured doesn't get done, and what is not reported on won't be tracked, and nothing will be done about it. So to ensure that we do not leave these statistics, we do not leave this conviction on the tables, we must layer it in the organizational goals, we must layer it in the directors and management goals and KPIs that are tracked on a weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual basis and reported on. And then led to that, we then need to have the systems to collect this data and information. Because if we're not tracking our data and information, we're not learning. Because we then need to see the trends and see what is helping us move the needle in terms of where we want to go, what has worked, what doesn't work, where we should allocate more resources, where we should take more resources, whom to engage and whom not to engage. I'll tell you a story on use of data and what some of our data showed. We recently were looking at our data around financial inclusion for women and for youth. So our numbers in terms of women accessing finance from our partner financial institutions was really going up. And we were seeing we were busting our target of the 40%. We have a target for our financial institution partners that at least 40% of the financing must go to women-led enterprises. And we were then looking to track and get that number up to 50, 60, 70, and just make sure that we're taking those numbers up. And then we looked at our data. And we tracked our data for a period of about 5 years. And what it was showing us that while those numbers were going up, we were seeing that women were borrowing in hundreds of thousands. And what that meant is that they were buying it was working capital financing. And so they were buying, if for example, we're talking about women in a market, they were buying the produce that they could sell that day and repay. And it sounds like a good story, and it is a good story, and we will not look down on that achievement. So we had more women accessing money for that, working capital. When we looked at the data for the male borrowers, their counterparts, they were borrowing in millions of shillings. And what that meant is that they were borrowing for life-altering assets. They were buying land, they were buying equipment, machinery, things that one would even form collateral for their further borrowings and further economic growth and development. While women, it is good, we were borrowing for working capital and we were solving the day-to-day challenges. You know, the next meal, school fees, arrears, taking children to hospital, which is all important, but in terms of transformative finance, we were not moving the needle where we need to go. For the ladies in this room, you hardly, I'm sure, have challenges around accessing financing to own assets. I'm talking more especially to the ladies out of this room who are the smallholder farmers and micro and small enterprise owners for whom that becomes a challenge. So we saw that data, and then we started to engage the financial institutions on, look at what your data is showing us. What are we going to do in terms of the products and how women access it so that we ensure that they're borrowing in millions of shillings and also transforming their lives. So some of the things we've done, for instance, we have some collateral support, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, or group lending, where women come together and are able to provide the required guarantees or combined collateral to ensure that they access more. But I'll never forget one of the conversations we had with some leaders, and these were leaders of the financial institutions. And when we showed them the data, I remember one of them being a lady. And sometimes, we're the gatekeepers of our own bondage. One of the ladies asked, and quite senior in the financial institution, but what do these women want to borrow millions for? So we said, for things like land. Let them leave that to the husbands. Why do they want land? Do they want to leave their marriages? And this is a woman who is a leader in a financial institution in charge of extending financial services to both men and women. But that was the mindset we were dealing with, that land is meant for men who take care of that aspect, and a woman who wants to borrow money for land might leave her marriage. As absurd as it sounds, that was the reality we are dealing with. So now, our technical assistants at that point can now no longer just deal with products and services. We're now then dealing with mindset change and having to deal with that. So those are the realities of tracking your data and letting your data speak to you so that you make data-driven decisions. So as we've said, I'm taking you through the steps, and there'll be a quiz at the end of this engagement, so take note. So 1, identify where you are on the continuum, what your gaps are, build your capacities, and set your clear targets and goals. And then have your data speak to you and allow for data-driven decisions to inform your future interventions. And last but certainly not least, I'm not too sure you remember the last or the 15th Sustainable Development Goal. It is around partnerships. This journey will certainly not be walked alone. It certainly won't be walked alone. We need to link arms, and I'm so glad at the diversity within this room that is bringing women mostly, but people, actors from various sectors, from the development agencies, government, private sector, media. I was sitting with ladies from the sporting fraternity earlier when I came this morning. I send you greetings, and I was eavesdropping on their conversation, very interesting conversation. But I like that there's diversity in the room to ensure that we have shared experiences and are learning from each other's lessons and where we're going. And I'll close by saying, with a quote from Maya Angelou, "Do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better." Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mona. I'm going to request kindly that you stay up at the stage. I know you're very quick in your step, but I'm going to request for just 1-2 minutes. First, go back to the podium. There is no way a keynote address such as yours can go down without some little clarification. Not that you are unclear, but I could see the hunger in the audience in terms of asking 1 or 2 questions, or maybe giving you feedback directly here and now. And so folk that were asking whether or not you'll have an opportunity to ask Mona a question or 2, if for nothing else, really, I'm sure she didn't do justice to the question around how does she make it? And yes, Mona, before the first person comes in, if you look at our original program, you will notice that the first speakers in the opening session were all with the pronoun he. And then for some strange tiding of good luck this morning, those that were unable to make had dangerous substitutes that were she's, and then others had others delegated unto them. And that's how my colleagues, the men, just didn't make it to the speaking lineup. And they said, Simon, you will represent by being the MC, and the rest will be ladies.
Good save. Good save. We'll accept it.
Thank you. Now, any question? And please don't make me ask Mona to stay up the podium because you want to ask her a question, and then we develop cold feet. I'm going to give you a hint. Pick your phone if you have any, and I know each one of you has a mobile phone. You have WhatsApp. I'm giving you the easiest way. Go to Meta AI and type the following. Mona has just made a keynote address at this event. I didn't quite get what she said, but I know for a fact how she looks like. In fact, I attach her picture as she's standing at the podium. So Meta AI, tell me, what question can I ask Mona right now? And I swear to you, see, we already have a question. The mic comes here.
Maybe AI should also respond on my behalf.
Thank you so much, Simon. Hello, Mona. Thank you for your presentation. Institutional mechanisms fail if leadership is not responsible. So how have you strengthened leadership at ABI? Leadership accountability, how have you strengthened that when it comes to handling GBV? Thank you.
With your indulgence, Mona, would you like to take the questions in an omnibus format so that you can answer them all at once, or do we answer to one at a time? But before you could answer that question, there is a question coming in from the Honorable Member of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Simon. And I want to thank the women for turning up in big numbers. Gentlemen, let's stand up and give an applause to the ladies here. I think this is 90 against 10. Don't be scared. You should actually participate fully. Mona, I think you have thrown a lot of insight into your presentation, which really gives a focus. And as I must mention, as Parliament, we have quite looked at a number of gaps in terms of Lego infrastructure. One of those was under NSSF. We have actually come up with a voluntary saving. This actually alludes to a number of aspects on handling issues of gender-based violence. The other one is on C190. I want to thank the Minister of Gender because the boardroom had become almost our daily place until they took on that issue. But I would like to know, as your entity, how are you trying to ensure that we cascade this domestication into a number of operations? Because not just business as usual, but we must ensure that at least such an important ratification carries weight. And I would do, like you put it, partnerships are very important. How do we move and ensure that at least we cascade? I think our forest cover is now less than 30%, ladies and gentlemen. And this prompted even the President to come up with interventions. One of such interventions reducing on tree cutting and charcoal burning. But I must mention, as a you find that you reach an area, you may not even want to wait for food because cooking has become a serious challenge as a result of fuel wood. As we gather here, what are those interventions we focus on to address and arrest such a situation? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, and thank you, our colleague. Now, Mona just set the stage for you to answer your questions. Indeed, earlier on, you did talk about sitting together in an echo chamber where we are speaking to ourselves. More like, if I may take you back a few weeks ago, Easter, and now we are getting to Pentecost Sunday, so you'll find the saints or the apostles are gathered together in an upper room praying and reciting the Apostles' Creed. But the sinners are out on the streets roaming, and so you wonder what these holy people are doing alone, speaking to each other and asking themselves to repent amongst each other. So we need not to fall into that kind of situation where we only keep ourselves in an echo chamber and speak to each other. We need to speak in a manner that opens up these conversations for people out there. And that said, therefore, I also want us, for the purposes of my colleagues in the media, not saying that they don't have a discernment, but when we speak the language of cascading and how this will move the needle into this demographic understanding, I mean, at the end of the day, someone out there needs to walk into a workplace and feel not harassed, to feel safe and enabled. So I'm going to say that we'll restrict the hard English to the MC because he won't be quoted, he's not important. But for those of us who have to make serious presentations that need to move the needle so that policies can change, let's tone down on the corporate legalese and, the hard language. I'm not saying you, Mona, but now you can answer the questions. Then I'll take another two and we'll break off.
The oil and gas industry. And it took a while, and he almost needed to bang tables because he wanted it on the agenda, and even his fellow directors were not seeing the value. So we'd do it for one meeting, and then the next meeting it would fall by the wayside. And then at some point it was only being restricted to the board meetings. It wasn't cascading down to the management meetings. And he kept on being persistent, and almost, he even said, forgive me for being a nuisance chair, for instance. We have forgotten the values moment. We have forgotten the strategy moment until it became part and parcel. And why am I telling you the story of that struggle? You won't get it right the first time. And you've got to stick with it like a dog with a bone. And you've got to be persistent. And you've got to bang tables sometimes. And you've got to be the nuisance sometimes. And you've got to make people feel uncomfortable. You've got to challenge. So it's not a walk in the park. It's never easy, and that's part of courage. When you say yes to the leadership, you also say yes to courage, and you say yes to uncomfortable conversations. So it's that daily grind through the struggles. There are times in our meetings I've actually said, I am not leaving this agenda item until I get a reaction to what so-and-so has said. Otherwise, we're just going to go through this thing mechanically. And so they've gotten you. So be prepared to, one, be attentive and react. Even a reaction such as, I resonate, I struggled here, or we've heard you. Otherwise, you can just make sure that they're just tick boxes and agenda item 5 was done, and then we went into the business of the day. So you've got to be very deliberate, and you've got to be focused on what you want to achieve, and also celebrate these things and reward when they're happening. Replacement of firewood. You've taken me now completely out of the room. We've left the stadium. But quickly, in our sector, there's compliance with the EU deforestation regulations. And for the biggest value chain in Uganda, coffee, we are making sure we're compliant with the EUDR regulations. And in order to ensure that our exports into the European Union remain acceptable. Now, is it difficult? Yes, but choose your hard. Either remain or flout those rules and not export your coffee and see which one you don't like. You've got to choose your hard. So are the women crying that indeed the replacement of fuel is harder? Yes, choose your hard. And so it behooves us to then educate and support them, yes, in alternative fuels, biomass and what have you. But you've had that thing. Choose your hard. Which one do you prefer? A degraded environment or a sustainable environment that indeed allows for your sustainability now and for future generations? And that is what advocacy is about. That is what mindset change is about. That is what advocacy is about, that this is what we do and it's the easy thing. But in the next 1, 2 to 3, 5 years, we are going to run into this collision course. If you keep cutting trees in order to ensure that you have more coffee, well, guess what? You're not going to have where to export it. You might have all this coffee, but nobody's going to take it. And then there are all these big satellites that are tracking and all. And people do understand, and we're smart. We're inherently smart. And people are open to reason unless otherwise, there are always exceptions to the rule, but people are smart when you meet them at their point of need and explain what is in it for them and what they have to lose. That is why we started with these statistics, that it is fine and well to say 1 in 5 people are affected, but when we put it down to monetary terms, that 3.76 trillion is lost in this country due to gender-based violence, and your organization is part of that loss, then maybe we sit and take note. And then maybe we start to take note, and then we choose our hard. Which is harder? Getting on the journey to compliance or staying in a bad state? So choose your hard. It's tough love, it's tough talk, but we have to do what we have to do roll up our sleeves, educate each other, hold each other's hands, allocate resources meaningfully to change these things. For as long as we are not prepared to roll up our sleeves and do the hard work and do the grind, we're not going to move. So Simon, I have not used nido, I've said move. I hope that saves me.
Mona, it does save you, and you've done an incredible job taking these questions on the spot, even when that wasn't in the briefing notes, and that's what distinguishes you from the rest of us. I will also request that you stay a little longer there, for you will get company at the podium by way of the folks that were seated with you at this table and the next table and this table. We'll have the professional photographers arranging us in some kind of formation for a group picture. If for nothing else, the accountability you were talking about, that indeed we were here in physical flesh and bone, and not like some politicians love to say, we are not here by AI. So may I request Commissioner, Vice Chairperson Sarah, Honorable, everyone on this table to join up. Barry, you've since realized there is no need for sign language when it comes to taking a picture? This table as well. I would also love the Honorable Wako Peggy, who is the National Order Persons Representative in Parliament, to also join us for this group picture, and also in the same latitude, welcome you to this conversation. I am being told to wait a little bit, even when I have no camera in my hands except the phone camera. Laura, you should be ready to lead your team at that table to join. Yes. Honorable Abeja, I don't know why you are not in that picture. All distinguished members of Parliament are with us. And then Laura, you will lead the table at which you are to join the picture to make it a real group picture, because now what we seem to have is a select committee picture, and yet we want a group picture. I did mention this particular table. It has no name, but it has a tag reserved. Please join for the group picture. And from the look of things, every man in the room should be invited. Please don't leave. Exactly. Others are joining you for the group picture. Yeah. Okay, fine. So after this picture, we're going to request the table that had Mona, Sarah, and the Commissioner and the MP to stay. Then we'll allow members from all the, now the rest can leave, and then we have folks from UN agencies joining so that we have that group picture with them. The folk from UN agencies, you may just fall in now. Already. All right, what about MDAs? Your ministries, departments, and agencies of government, all of you. And all protocol really is broken. It doesn't matter whether you're a commissioner or titleless like myself, but as long as you're in there. And members of the civil society organizations, prepare yourselves to join after this. and then, of course, the private sector. So private sector will have enough space for all of us, don't worry. After this group picture session, we will break off for a 30 minutes break. Civil society organizations, please join in. Don't worry, we won't send this picture to Parliament to act as an appendix to the sovereignty bill. Or maybe we should, so they can see how strong you are and that you mean serious business, and they shouldn't fear you for what you have done so greatly in the development of our country, supporting government actions and the entire development agenda. And now, the private sector. I had heard someone whispering to me that, no, financial institutions are like 200 in this room. And I'm saying, yeah, financial institutions are part of the private sector. In fact, I wanted to tell them, even I'm going to ask private media to also join. So anyone who blogs, not to pour a cold water on your importance anyway, I'm just saying the private sector is huge, it's diverse, it's deeply entrenched, it covers almost every facet of our life. So may I request that we find our way onto the podium. I have now a special appeal from those who have found themselves in none of these categories. They are not a UN agency, they are not MDAs, they are not CSOs, they are not private sector, they are not men, they are just sports. So they have also asked that now, after this private sector, now sports can go. So this is the one that includes the Olympics people, the marathoners, or just so you know, a Ugandan marathon runner, Kiprimo, broke a world record and still came number 3. So sports has become so competitive these days that you can win an international record and still not be the first. So before I used to say that you cannot be an MVP or most valuable player from a losing team, but looks like all that's possible. Sports is one area where I think we've had many reports that especially our female counterparts never attained their full potential because of unsafe practices in there, and their story shall continue to be told. And we thank you. So the way you've been happy to join us for this group picture is the same way we'll be happy to join you for a group picture as you're wearing medals for this country and winning us glory. Okay? And that said, the marathoners now will lead us to the breakfast serving point, so we'll have a 30 minutes hospitality session. And the reason we are using the marathoners is because they keep time. Time is of essence. Thank you very much. We should be back inside this room at exactly 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you.
overlooked, seemingly invisible. We stand tall, like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through, and as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave. A wave of hope
Check one,
that
two.
triumphs again and again to greatness.
Ever had your phone shoot lightning? An attack with no sound? When someone comes for you online, your image tapped, shared, and multiplied, it's public. But only you feel it spear through your thoughts. Until your body isn't yours. Until you can't work the same. Can't concentrate. Can't clean shame off the smiles you wear, pretending none of it struck you. And from a cyberstorm, you ask for help. To delete the comments and take the pictures down. But you're met with slow systems and silence. If you turned your trauma into a song for copyright, it would have more protection than a woman online. Can't we do better than these shoddy rights? Give our image and our bodies rights. Real repercussions when lightning strikes. Abuse won't end on its own. We have to fight.
We overcome. Again and again, we prevail. After surrendering our vulnerability, our trust, our love, and having it bruised, we carry on. Like a roaring fire, we dance. After being neglected, forgotten, overlooked, seemingly invisible. We stand tall, like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through, and as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave. A wave of hope that triumphs again and again to greatness. We overcome. Again and again, we prevail. After surrendering our vulnerability, our trust, our love, and having it bruised. We carry on. Like a roaring fire, we dance. After being neglected, forgotten, overlooked, seemingly invisible. We stand tall. Like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through, and as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave, a wave of hope that triumphs again and again to greatness.
Ever had your phone shoot lightning? An attack with no sound? When someone comes for you online, your image tapped, shared, and multiplied, it's public. But only you feel it spear through your thoughts. Until your body isn't yours. Until you can't work the same. Can't concentrate. Can't clean shame off the smiles you wear, pretending none of it struck you. And from a cyberstorm, you ask for help. To delete the comments and take the pictures down. But you're met with slow systems and silence. If you turned your trauma into a song for copyright, it would have more protection than a woman online. Can't we do better than these shoddy rights? Give our image and our bodies rights. Real repercussions when lightning strikes. Abuse won't end on its own. We have to fight.
We overcome. Again and again, we prevail. After surrendering our vulnerability, our trust, our love, and having it bruised, we carry on. Like a roaring fire, we dance. After being neglected, forgotten, overlooked, seemingly invisible. We stand tall. Like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through, and as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave, a wave of hope that triumphs again and again to greatness.
Ever had your phone shoot lightning? An attack with no sound? When someone comes for you online, your image tapped, shared, and multiplied, it's public. But only you feel it spear through your thoughts. Until your body isn't yours. Until you can't work the same. Can't concentrate. Can't clean shame off the smiles you wear, pretending none of it struck you. And from a cyberstorm, you ask for help. To delete the comments and take the pictures down. But you're met with slow systems and silence. If you turned your trauma into a song for copyright, it would have more protection than a woman online. Can't we do better than these shoddy rights? Give our image and our bodies rights. Real repercussions when lightning strikes. Abuse won't end on its own. We have to fight.
We overcome. Again and again, we prevail. After surrendering our vulnerability, our trust, our love, and having it bruised, we carry on. Like a roaring fire, we dance. After being neglected, forgotten, overlooked, seemingly invisible. We stand tall. Like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through. And as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave. A wave of hope that triumphs again and again to greatness.
Nsangaire okubabona koddeyo bana mwebale kuyida mu katale k'abakyala ka PSFU. We walked the fact that 75% of Ugandans today are below 25 years, and that the women of this country, the young women, are very entrepreneurial but face several challenges, and which is why at PSFU we are very, very pleased to support the young people, support young women and the entire business community to grow. This year's Katale is themed Bridging Economic Divides for Women's Prosperity, and like I've said earlier, focused on young women entrepreneurs. So as we launch the International Women's Day Katale Season 3 in Jinja, in this beautiful city, the source of the River Nile, we are confident that this event will empower hundreds of women with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive and contribute to bridging the economic gap for women in Uganda.
It fills my heart with pride to be part of such a remarkable event that not only celebrates the achievements of women, but also serves as a platform to address the economic challenges faced by women in Busoga and Uganda in general. I commend Private Sector Foundation and your partners for organizing this event, which not only demonstrates your commitment to the economic development of women in Obwachabazinga wa Busoga, but also signifies your intent to raise awareness about the diverse interventions available for women entrepreneurs beyond this event. I am particularly delighted that this year's Katale is being held in the heart of Obwachabazinga wa Busoga. We thank you for showcasing the lead farm structure for youth employment in Uganda, a project whose aim is to gender mainstreaming with a specific focus on the inclusion of 70% young women and 30% young men. I am also delighted that Private Sector Foundation Uganda will be showcasing the growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises GROW. A project aims at empowering women in our region. Thank you for organizing this event, and to all the participants, exhibitors and sponsors who have made the Women's Katale possible. This is just the beginning. Together, let us bridge the economic divides and pave the way for women's prosperity, because when you invest in women, the nation prospers. Thank you. You are very welcome in our land.
PSFU Women's Day Katale is proudly brought to you by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation.
we overcome. Again and again, we prevail. After surrendering our vulnerability, our trust, our love, and having it bruised, we carry on. Like a roaring fire, we dance. After being neglected, forgotten, overlooked, seemingly invisible, we stand tall. Like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through. And as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave of hope that triumphs again and again to greatness.
Ever had your phone shoot lightning? An attack with no sound? When someone comes for you online, your image tapped, shared, and multiplied, it's public. But only you feel it spear through your thoughts. Until your body isn't yours. Until you can't work the same. Can't concentrate. Can't clean shame off the smiles you wear, pretending none of it struck you. And from a cyberstorm, you ask for help. To delete the comments and take the pictures down. But you're met with slow systems and silence. If you turned your trauma into a song for copyright, it would have more protection than a woman online. Can't we do better than these shoddy rights? Give our image and our bodies rights. Real repercussions when lightning strikes. Abuse won't end on its own. We have to fight.
Nsangaire okubabona koddeyo bana mwebale kuyida mu katale kabacha Nsangaire okubabona koddeyo bana mwebale kuyida mu katale kabacha ka PSFU. We walked the fact that 75% of Ugandans today are below 25 years, and that the women of this country, the young women, are very entrepreneurial but face several challenges, and which is why at PSFU we are very, very pleased to support the young people, support young women and the entire business community to grow. This year's Katale is themed Bridging Economic Divides for Women's Prosperity, and like I've said earlier, focused on young women entrepreneurs. So as we launch the International Women's Day Katale Season 3 in Jinja, in this beautiful city, the source of the River Nile, we are confident that this event will empower hundreds of women with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive and contribute to bridging the economic gap for women in Uganda.
It fills my heart with pride to be part of such a remarkable event that not only celebrates the achievements of women, but also serves as a platform to address the economic challenges faced by women in Busoga and Uganda in general. I commend Private Sector Foundation and your partners for organizing this event, which not only demonstrates your commitment to the economic development of women in Obwachabazinga wa Busoga, but also signifies your intent to raise awareness about the diverse interventions available for women entrepreneurs beyond this event. I am particularly delighted that this year's Katale is being held in the heart obw'obwakyabazinga bwa Busoga. We thank you for showcasing the lead farm structure for youth employment in Uganda, a project whose aim is to gender mainstreaming with a specific focus on the inclusion of 70% young women and 30% young men. I am also delighted that Private Sector Foundation Uganda will be showcasing the growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises GROW. A project aims at empowering women in our region. Thank you for organizing this event and to all the participants, exhibitors and sponsors who have made the Women's Katale possible. This is just the beginning. Together, let us bridge the economic divides and pave the way for women's prosperity, because when you invest in women, the nation prospers. Thank you. You are very welcome in our land.
PSFU Women's Day Katale is proudly brought to you by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation.
We overcome. Again and again, we prevail. After surrendering our vulnerability, our trust, our love, and having it bruised, we carry on. Like a roaring fire, we dance. After being neglected, forgotten, overlooked, seemingly invisible, we stand tall. Like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through. And as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave of hope that triumphs again and again to greatness.
Ever had your phone shoot lightning? An attack with no sound? When someone comes for you online, your image tapped, shared, and multiplied, it's public. But only you feel it spear through your thoughts. Until your body isn't yours. Until you can't work the same. Can't concentrate. Can't clean shame off the smiles you wear, pretending none of it struck you. And from a cyberstorm, you ask for help. To delete the comments and take the pictures down. But you're met with slow systems and silence. If you turned your trauma into a song for copyright, it would have more protection than a woman online. Can't we do better than these shoddy rights? Give our image and our bodies rights. Real repercussions when lightning strikes. Abuse won't end on its own.
All right, so we're about to begin our next session. And as we clear out the logistics, I'm going to encourage every one of us, if you have not registered, please find a moment and go to the registration table at the entrance. It will help the organizers for logistical planning. It may, especially, I won't mention, but it may also mean that an allowance may come your way. So the registration is very important. We need to have the record of your presence. Thank you, and so we should be beginning in the next 5 minutes, tops. Thank you very much.
We are very, very pleased to support the young people, support young women and the entire business community to grow. This year's Katale is themed Bridging Economic Divides for Women's Prosperity, and like I've said earlier, focused on young women entrepreneurs. So as we launch the International Women's Day Katale Season 3 in Jinja, in this beautiful city, the source of the River Nile, we are confident that this event will empower hundreds of women with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive and contribute to bridging the economic gap for women in Uganda.
It fills my heart with pride to be part of such a remarkable event that not only celebrates the achievements of women, but also serves as a platform to address the economic challenges faced by women in Busoga and Uganda in general. I commend Private Sector Foundation and your partners for organizing this event, which not only demonstrates your commitment to the economic development of women in Obwachabazinga wa Busoga, but also signifies your intent to raise awareness about the diverse interventions available for women entrepreneurs beyond this event. I am particularly delighted that this year's Katale is being held in the heart of Obwachabazinga wa Busoga. We thank you for showcasing the lead farm structure for youth employment in Uganda, a project whose aim is to gender mainstreaming with a specific focus on the inclusion of 70% young women and 30% young men. I am also delighted that Private Sector Foundation Uganda will be showcasing the growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises GROW. A project aims at empowering women in our region. Thank you for organizing this event, and to all the participants, exhibitors and sponsors who have made the Women's Katale possible. This is just the beginning. Together, let us bridge the economic divides and pave the way for women's prosperity, because when you invest in women, the nation prospers. Thank you. You are very welcome in our land.
PSFU Women's Day Katale is proudly brought to you by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation.
We overcome. Again and again, we prevail. After surrendering our vulnerability, our trust, our love, and having it bruised, we carry on. Like a roaring fire, we dance. After being neglected, forgotten, overlooked, seemingly invisible, we stand tall. Like a flowing river, we keep going. After injustice, beatings, oppression, bleeding, we overcome. Like a rushing wind, we break through. And as we soar to our full potential, others join us, bringing dignity, breaking boundaries, inspiring a new wave. A wave of hope that triumphs again and again to greatness.
Ever had your phone shoot lightning? An attack with no sound? When someone comes for you online, your image tapped, shared, and multiplied, it's public. But only you feel it spear through your thoughts. Until your body isn't yours. Until you can't work the same. Can't concentrate. Can't clean shame off the smiles you wear, pretending none of it struck you. And from a cyberstorm, you ask for help. To delete the comments and take the pictures down. But you're met with slow systems and silence. If you turned your trauma into a song for copyright, it would have more protection than a woman online. Can't we do better than these shoddy rights? Give our image and our bodies rights. Real repercussions when lightning strikes. Abuse won't end on its own. We have to fight.
nsangaire okubabona koddeeyo bana mwebale kuyidda mu katale k'abakyala ka PSFU. We walked the fact that 75% of Ugandans today are below 25 years, and that the women of this country, the young women, are very entrepreneurial but face several challenges.
Thank you very much. Distinguished members of our very good and attentive audience, welcome back from that health break. And yeah, from what we had in the earlier session, it was more of the setting the stage as we dive deeper into this dialogue. Or should we say conversation that's national in nature on safe, respectful and survivor-centered work places. And all this is supposed to prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence at our workplaces. So now we're getting into more the technical aspect where indeed, like earlier suggested, we're going to go into the technicalese where now the language is going to be a little different, deeper, but that's what informs policy, that's what informs decision making. So without further ado, and for a short period, we're going to have a presentation coming in from the Employment Services Department of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. And our lead presenter is none other than Silva Godwin Mukere. Silva, you're most welcome to make this presentation on the legal, policy and regulatory frameworks on GBV at the workplace and the implementation of ILO Convention number 190 and national labor laws and regulations. Let's give Silva a hand clap.
Thank you very much, Simon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am hearing only ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, allow me ride on the existing protocol and speak to you on safe, respectful, and survivor-centered workplaces. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting topic, especially coming from the Department of Employment Services, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Next slide, please. Okay. Use this. Okay, sorry about that. The layout of my presentation, I'm going to talk about the international instruments, the regional instruments, and as well as the national frameworks. But particularly, we shall zero down on understanding International Labour Organization Convention 190. We shall also clarify on employer obligations, strengthen compliance systems, and promote survivor-centered approaches. I've failed to use this. So, a little bit of a background. In Uganda, sexual and gender-based Violence in workplaces is not a new issue. It is an issue that has been existing. And according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics survey on violence against women and girls of 2020, about 1 in every 10 women, that is about 8%, are reportedly experiencing workplace violence, and that is within a period of about 12 months. We have also been told in that report that 86% of women reported experiencing at least one form of violence in the workplace. The most common one we are talking about verbal abuses, insults, we have teasing, we have bullying, then we have those noises that come from men against women. So those ones are very common in the workplaces. It's not working. So allow me to take you to the national legal frameworks. We have the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. We have the Employment Act of 2006. We have the Employment Sexual Harassment Regulations of 2012. We have the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 2006. We have the Penal Code, and of course, gender policies. When we come to the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, this is the supreme law of the country, guiding on all labor and gender frameworks, of course, guaranteeing equality, dignity, and safety at work. And it also provides a foundation for addressing SGVP in workplaces. But key among those articles in there is Article 21, which provides for equality and freedom from discrimination. According to the Constitution, and in this article, all persons are equal before the law and under the law in all spheres of life, be it political, be it economic, but also the socio-cultural spheres of life. We have those other articles, Article 24, speaking of respect for human dignity and protection from human treatment. We have the rights of women, who should always be accorded full and equal dignity. And then Article 40, the right to safe and healthy working conditions. Then we also have the Employment Act, which provides for prohibition of sexual harassment at the workplace, but also it provides for complaints mechanisms which are required at the workplace. And of course, this should be the employer duty to act in respect of these provisions in the Employment Act. Then we also have the OSH Act provisions, which provide for safe working environment. And of course, it includes also psychosocial risks. And this is also it owes the employer a duty of care. And we also have the gender policy and national policy on elimination of GBV in Uganda, which also speak to safe working environment and, of course, the employer duty to care. Then we have the Penal Code Act. This is the act that criminalizes sexual offenses and harassment and covers issues like indecent assault, unwanted sexual conduct, and abusive behavior. It also provides for protection of victims from verbal, physical, and sexual abuses, and applies not only in workplaces, but also in other settings. And of course, it also provides for disciplinary action and criminal prosecution of those who are found on the wrong side of the law. Then we have international instruments. The international instruments, we're talking about the International Labour Organization Convention 190, which has brought us here mostly, the International Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the United Economic and Social Council, the Declaration on Elimination of Violence Against Women, among others. Let's zero down to the Convention 190. This convention was adopted in 2019, and it is the first international treaty specifically addressing violence and harassment at the place of work. It recognizes the right to violence-free workspace, and violence and harassment are not just social issues, but labor and human rights issues. This convention establishes a fundamental principle that every worker has a right to a workplace free from violence and harassment. This convention does not only apply in the private sector, it applies to all sectors, including the public sector. In Uganda, this convention was ratified on the 7th of August 2023, and this was the first step for Ugandans to safeguard, to promote workplaces free from sexual harassment and violence against GBV. So this was Uganda was the 32nd country globally to ratify this convention, and also the 8th in Africa. The convention reflects on Uganda's commitment in preventing violence against and harassment, including gender-based violence in workplaces across public and private sectors. It's domesticated and implemented through labor laws, workplace policies, reporting systems, awareness raising, and stronger enforcement mechanisms. We also have the regional frameworks. When you talk about regional frameworks, we are talking about the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which provides for non-discrimination, equality before the law, dignity and freedom from degrading treatment. We also have the famous Maputo Protocol, the Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, which requires states to enact laws and that prohibit sexual harassment at the places of work, and also guarantees women to equal opportunity in employment. We have the African Agenda 2063, African Union Strategy for Gender Equality and Women Empowerment, which provides for prevention of sexual harassment and GBV at a place of work, and of course also used in government policies. The other instruments are listed there under, and they are all speak to violence against sexual harassment in the workplace. Now, what are the employer obligation under the Convention 190 and labor laws. 1, develop workplace policies. That is one of the obligation. And here, the policy should touch sexual harassment policy. There should be also a code of conduct at the workplace. There should be also a workplace GBV or safeguarding policy. Secondly, the employer should be in position to train managers or leaders on what constitutes to harassment, how to report, how managers should respond to these sexual harassment issues. 3, identify and prevent risks. It has again, no, this is we're used to analog. Okay. So 3, identify and prevent risks. Here the employer must be in a position to identify high-risk departments or environments where sexual harassment is occurring. There should be also an opportunity for an employer to be able to identify digital and online harassment risks, night work and isolated workplaces risks. So this is an obligation of the employer. 4, the employer must ensure a proper reporting system by establishing clear reporting channels, guaranteeing confidentiality and privacy, providing multiple reporting options, protecting workers from retaliation. We have had instances where sexual harassment has been reported at a workplace, and what follows is retaliation from the offenders. So this should be an obligation from the employer to be able to provide and protect the workers from retaliation. And also, the employer must ensure timely response and follow up on the issues reported from sexual harassment at the workplace. There you are. So what are the workers' rights? The workers have a right to a safe and violence-free workplace. They also have a right to report abuse. They need protection from retaliation and also have to access remedies where possible. The institutional mechanism, there should be HR policies on sexual harassment, codes of conduct, collective bargaining agreements, grievance handling procedures at the place of work, and also confidential reporting at the workplace. Now, when we talk about survival-centered approaches, there should be maximum level of confidentiality and, of course, non-retaliation. There should be maximum respect and access to these reports. When you talk about compliance and enforcement, the relevant bodies should carry out regular labor inspections, but also provide penalties, especially to the offenders. And in place, there should be also proper monitoring mechanisms to ensure that issues of sexual harassment at the place of work are reported and punished, but also to make sure that they are prevented if possible. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been my presentation for this morning with the technicalities of the gadgets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Silva Godwin, for that enchanting presentation. Please don't exit the room. We'll be having some space to ask some questions and also for further elucidation, especially in those parts where there could have been challenges with the technology. And like I promised earlier on, we are deep diving into now the technical part of our conversation, and I think Godwin there just set the stage. So without further ado, you'll allow me in quick succession to invite Miss Yusra Najuma of UN Women, who's coming in to share with us strengthening institutional safeguards, gender audits, workplace policies, and reporting mechanisms. Yusra, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's already afternoon. Time is moving fast. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yusra Naguja, not Najuma, just a point of correction, Simon. Naguja, I work with the UN Women. I work in programs. I'm a program specialist, working on gender in humanitarian action and also women's economic empowerment. And I'm also a certified gender auditor, so I'm able to support on those processes. So the presentation is going to look at gender audits, workplace reporting mechanisms, as well as safety. How do private sectors, how are they able to achieve this? What are the practical tools that they can use? So briefly, the presentation, I'll talk about the PGA. I'll call it the participatory gender audits, why it matters in the private sector, what are the core principles that we look at, and how does it link back to issues of safety within the workplace, what are the core areas of analysis. I can be able to share some case studies where this has been successful to create change and impact, as well as any key takeaways and recommendations. So the other day I was making a presentation about gender audits to a group, private sector group, and they were very concerned. They said, when you say audit, we become very worried. You know, it feels like you're coming to investigate and find fault. But to make it lighter, this kind of process is not the typical audit. It's just a name that sounds very big and very scary. So what is it? We call it the participatory. It's important to emphasize on the participatory aspect because it is aiming for the private sector. It aims to improve workplace culture, to see that our workplaces are safe and respectful for all, inclusive of age, gender, and other diversity factors. We also look at strengthening human resource systems, which are core because we all know that we deliver through human resources. Without a good human resource workforce, there will be issues of inefficiency and effectiveness. So looking at strengthening HR systems, that will eventually improve employee performance and retention, as well as looking at issues of diversity. Right now, the workplaces are moving towards more diversity in terms of age, sex, religion, cultural background, ethnicity, and so on and so forth. So moving away from concentrated cohorts to see diversity, because with diversity, we see that there's efficiency as well as inclusivity and support to human rights. As well as, of course, for the private sector, a big concern is meeting the ESG standards and eventually pulling in investor confidence. But it also protects us. Gender audits are able to protect us from legal and reputation risks. We are going to see some of those examples, as well as eventually enhancing productivity and innovation. Now, when you talk about the core principles of the PGA. We talk about participation. I mentioned that the typical audit would be completely external, but we are looking at a participation and not judgmental. That doesn't come in from a judgmental perspective. It's absolutely reflective in terms of each and everyone participating, right from the top of the organization to the bottom. We are looking at supporting learning and reflection. It is facilitated, not imposed. For example, it's not imposed as a requirement, but it is to the benefit of the organization participating in this. It also supports safe space dialogue for the staff, all concerned staff, collective reflection, as well as ultimately we want conversation that will lead to practical change. So it's not for the matter of the sake of doing it, to tick a box that we did a gender audit, but it leads to actionable changes through the gender action plan, where we have steps through which the organization is able to implement these changes. Yeah, so these are the core areas when we talk about gender audit or participatory gender audits. It looks at, I'm going to break it down a little bit more on the next slide. We are looking at the organization culture, HR policies and staffing, the leadership and decision-making processes, operations and service delivery, as well as monitoring and accountability systems. So, going a little bit into that, in terms of the vision and strategic planning, this audit will look at how well, from a strategic perspective, from the highest level of the organization, how well is gender being integrated into business priorities? For example, if you have a strategic plan for the next 5 years, how have you considered gender integration into that? It will look at policies. The former presenter, for example, spoke about anti-sexual harassment policies, policies on equal opportunities, parental leave, flexible work code of conduct. Are these in place? If they are, is everyone able to benefit equally, or some categories are missing out? And areas for improvement. As well as budgets. Most of the time we talk about gender, but we are not able to attach a budget. For example, we could have a workplace on parental leave, but if the staff is able to enjoy the leave, are they actually able to enjoy it fully without being interrupted, or without worrying that by the time they return to their, are they able to return and reintegrate? Because ideally a budget would be in place. If a staff goes for leave, then there's a temporary hire to cover that position. But you could find that there are no budgets for this, so as the staff is on leave, they are also busy working. So there's no actual enjoyment. Issues of upon return to work, are they able to carry their children? Are there breastfeeding centers? Is it safe? So issues of budget are very important. The other aspect is looking at decision making. Are staff able to participate and influence decision making across all levels? Is there participation? Is there a consultation to the decisions? In terms of organization culture, here we interrogate the power dynamics. Who has the power? Is there inclusivity? And how these power dynamics eventually influence the work safety. So for example, some organizations do experience sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment. How does the power be able to drive that, as well as who has the power to be able to follow up and make decisions around this? And then HR policies, of course, looking at recruitment, retention, anti-harassment, equal opportunities. In terms of the operation, it also touches on the actual products and services that are being delivered by the organization or company. For example, do we have gender responsive products? For example, gender bonds, if they're in the financial sector. The kinds of, if it's procurement, are we encouraging women to apply for the bids? So it goes further to look at the service and products to see if they are gender responsive. And then in terms of the accountability mechanisms, we do assess the data. What is the data telling us? Are there cases being reported, for example, of harassment, of abuse? Are people able to access reporting mechanisms? For example, are there confidential reporting channels? Do we have complaints mechanisms, for example, hotlines or focal points? Do we have survivor-centered approaches for reporting, as well as, for example, protection from retaliation? When people raise concerns, are they able to feel safe and they are protected and they are sure that they will not experience retaliation? And eventually we monitor the outcome. How many people reported and what was done? Was the issue raised? Did they feel safe in the process? Right, just to highlight a little bit more in terms of these processes, the traditional audits would typically look in compliance focused. However, we are saying this is about performance and learning. In terms of the traditional audits, they are externally driven. So you have an external person critiquing the organization without the staff involvement, but here it is in an internal process, participatory as well as inclusive. So it relies so much on feedback, learning, reflection from the staff. It uses both qualitative and quantitative methods, and it should be owned. At the end of the day, the report should be owned by the organization. It's not for the auditor, but for the organization to use to be able to improve and take the actionable changes. Technology again. It's not moving. Okay, so usually there's preparation for these audits. It's a joint initiative for the auditing organization, for the auditor, for example, the facilitator with the organization. And then the steps would, for example, include desk review, reviewing reports, data records on HR, on the services, on the products. It usually has interviews, both individual and groups, on-site workshops to validate the information, as well as surveys. Feedback is given before the actual report is published, and then the result is agenda action plan, which gives us steps to who will do what will be done, the timelines, and how we shall know that that action has actually been taken and integrated. Okay, so in terms of the results, it's usually an audit report, agenda action plan, as well as tools. So the organization is equipped with tools and resources on how to continuously improve. Yeah, so these are some of the examples that I can share where we have seen this work, where there is business value out of these processes. So we have seen the data speaks to revenue growth. For example, data from UN Women as well as IFC in the banking sector shows that financial institutions that have used gender analysis have been able to expand access to women clients, as well as women increasing participation in SME portfolios. And then in terms of, it also contributes to risk reduction, and data says that GBV-related absenteeism can cost companies between 3 to 9% of payroll. For example, a staff would be able to take off 11 work days per year because of GBV-related absenteeism. So by proactively addressing this, the companies will be reducing losses as well as risks. Data also supports access to capital generation. There's data which shows that gender-responsive banks show stronger loan performance and lower non-performing loans rates of up to 3.6% compared to 3.8%. And also operational efficiency. It supports workplace improvement and productivity. For example, there's a company in Uganda, a fishing company. It's called Yalelo. It deals in fish production as well as sales. They recently did the agenda audit, and they report, for example, now after the assessment with agenda action plan, they see improved workplace performance. For example, some of the steps they were able to take is to introduce counselors to the staff. So staff, whenever, because we deal with a lot of staff stress related to work or workplaces, processes or procedures. So access, for example, to counselors can enhance staff performance and capacity retention, as well as productivity. For example, Yalelo also mentioned increasing paternity leave for the men, because some of the men are not able to enjoy their paternity leave, either because it's not there, they don't know, or it's not practiced. So deliberately supporting, for example, the men to take their paternity leave can also be one of the mechanisms. And we have seen this work, so that's one of the case studies in Uganda. But also ILO has been supporting a project called Better Work Factories, which has reported that the gender audits and the results from the plans have supported meeting standards, gender and labor standards that have been discussed before, eventually supporting access to global buyers and markets, which contributes to successes in business. Yeah, so if such a process is followed, we see that leadership supports stronger business performance, better products as services, as well as safe and respectful workplaces. Yeah, so it's important to also highlight SDG 17 because we are talking about partnerships for growth, partnership for implementation of the SDGs, of the 17 SDGs. So these gender audits, safety reporting mechanisms, as well as accountability will contribute directly to the SDG 17, as well as the other international norms and standards that have been presented by my colleague. So what support is there? UN Women, for example, if the company is willing to engage in this process for its, to enhance its policies, practices, and accountability, UN Women can offer global expertise and tested tools, as well as gender audit facilitators. UN Women also runs what we call the Women's Economic Empowerment Principles, which supports companies to go through 7 core stages or 7 areas of improvement, which is the basis or the foundation or the baseline would be the gender audit, and eventually would lead to certification. Once we do the audit, we go through the WEPS implementation, and eventually you can be able to get certification to indicate that you do meet the global standards, which will also support the company to enjoy all the other benefits that we have mentioned. So this is the end of the presentation. It was a quick highlight, but we are available to share more information one-on-one, or if you would like to learn more about these processes and how you can be supported to integrate this, UN Women is available to support. So as I conclude, it's just a takeaway question. So from your perspectives of our private sector leaders, what would be 1 or 2 immediate steps that your organization could take to be able to strengthen workplace safety and inclusion in relation to gender audits, accountability, and safety issues? So I'll end here. I think the questions will come during the discussion session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yusra. And without a doubt, the questions shall come in, and they will come in hard, and some perhaps even ferocious. So brace yourself. As we continue to our deep dive conversation, like I said, indeed, we're getting technical, more and more technical. I am glad to announce the presence amidst us of the Woman Member of Parliament for Kabale, Honorable Catherine Damira. Thanks so much for joining us. And then, of course, Ms. Linda, who is a representative from the Norwegian government under the Gender Equality for Development Program. Thank you, Ms. Linda. You may wish to show face. Just wave to us, Ms. Linda. Thank you very well. When I have a moment, I will introduce the rest of the other 200 people in the room for your attention, Ms. Linda, so don't worry. I didn't pick on you. And now, there's a hand up in the air. You want to say something? Why don't you allow me first invite the next speaker, and then we can all speak in and, yeah. So the next presentation is coming in from the program specialist for communication and resource mobilization at UNFPA, my good friend, Josephine Zen Omunyide, who is coming to talk to us about partnering with the private sector to drive practical solutions. So, yeah, most welcome,
Thank you.
Josephine. Thank you.
Thank you, and quite an honor. Honorable Member of Parliament, we recognize your presence from Government of Uganda, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Commissioner of Women Affairs. It's an honor for you to be here. Our very, very key partners. I noted Government of Denmark were represented. Yes, Barbara, it's a pleasure to have you here. Not to mention another key partner, Government of Norway. Thank you for joining us. UN Women, our very, very close partners, and for the reason why we meet today, Private Sector Foundation, representatives from the academia, the civil society, and private sector organizations. My name is Josephine Omunyide, and I head communication and resource mobilization at UNFPA. Our distinguished partners, it is pertinent to note that UNFPA remains committed to its 3 transformative goals, which are ending preventable maternal deaths, ensuring unmet need for family planning, and ending gender-based violence, among others. And we can't do this on our own, because the Sustainable Development Goals give us that opportunity to expand a fora such as this, just to show that it's not a journey for the public sector alone, but rather it requires the agility, the resources, and such an innovative spirit, all even, the private sector coming together for us to ensure that we are together. Mine is to simply highlight a journey of UNFPA working very closely with a few but very key private sector organizations, especially from our 9th country program. We recently launched the 10th country program, but it has been quite a foundation with a number of private sector engagements, just to highlight what we have done and to perhaps invite you to join the journey. Next. A partner that joined us in resolving, restoring, and building dignity through menstrual hygiene management. Excuse me. Thank you. Technicalities. Just to highlight one of our newest partner who has been supporting us to ensure that dignity is restored among young people, especially within the vulnerable communities in the humanitarian areas, is Diamond Trust Bank. And the work has seen us move towards reaching thousands of school-growing children to also mitigate the school dropout effects of menstrual hygiene management. Outbox should be one of those private sector players that many of you may not have interfaced with. However, Outbox serving as an engine of innovation to this country. Together with UNFPA, we have had over 30 innovations that have formed and later birthed other entrepreneurial innovative solutions for this country within reproductive health, within menstrual hygiene management, within population dynamics, to say. and that kind of private sector player in supporting us to ensure that some of this is coming through handy. This is really playing me. I believe it flows on its own. I will note that we go now to MTN Uganda. MTN represented here. I know that he's somewhere in the corner. MTN has been quite a key partner all the way from the 9th country program. And as we get into the 10th country program, we are even forming greater synergies together. With over 300 million Ugandan shillings, we have been able to work closely to restore and refurbish the Kawempe Hospital ICU with equipment. Together with MTN, we have worked closely with their partners as a result of the MTN Marathon, such as Renzori, Huawei, New Vision, and Stanbic Bank, among others, to ensure that we get executions or implementations towards the mandate of reproductive health in the right position. So you see that our work with MTN does not stop here. This year, very soon, we will be working very closely with MTN through their staff Yellow Care program to reach over 6 maternal health service providers, health centers in the most undeserved communities. I needed to have looked at this even before getting this done. Now, it becomes quite complex when we are executing things of reproductive health, gender-based violence, family planning, and these require simplifications in terms of solution. Still with MTN, closely we work with innovations that we have brought on board, such as the solution of Rich Baby Health Family, working closely with one of our major innovations called Clinic Pesa to ensure that maternal health services are able to get to those expectant mothers at the last mile. If you have your phone here and it is MTN, if you could dial to *165*, you will be able to go to savings and loans, from which you go to number 9, which happens to be Clinic Pesa, and anybody anywhere in the country are able to actually save, but also invest their money as part of our partnership with MTN in ensuring that we are meeting the mandate of maternal health, gender-based violence, but also the unmet need of family planning. That's the Rich Baby that I talked about, which through working with that partner, you see that we see now a tripartite coming in where another partner comes on board who happens to be Sanlam Investments. I know that there should be members from the financial sector are present. Sanlam happens to be a partner to ensure that when their resources go to MTN, they are deposited thereafter into the depository, the investment depository, where the mother's savings not only retain what they have saved, but rather also birth an investment. Quite a key element that, we are working closely with partners to ensure that there are complex solutions that are resolved in that regard. And you can see that coming from partnering with MTN, Clinic Pesa, the Rich Baby Health Family, having Sanlam on board, you can notice the kind of traction in terms of sustainability that we are able to bring on board. The 11% that is gained as an interest for the mothers. We are talking of mothers all the way deep as far as Yumbe, humanitarian environments. As far as Karamoja, those that have access to the Kabiriti, and Clinic Pesa is able to, meet them. You can see the statistics are quite clear. The transactions on ensuring that the mothers are saving and withdrawing is zero, but also to know that they have a grace period within which they are able to reimburse money, but also added even a further grace period to that. The key factors, clearly still stipulated over there, but I'll quickly take you to see the traction that it brings on board. Imagine the aspects of gender as highlighted by the previous speaker as we work towards the SDG 17. Through such partnerships with members present in this room, we are able to reach over 74,000 expectant mothers. Not just these, but even the facilities, maternal centers that we have partnered with are over 700, not to mention the infrastructure that has been designed in this regard, just through simply dialing with this partnership with MTN, Clinic Pesa, Sanlam, of course with support from government of Uganda. The journey is still growing, and we need more public and private sector players on board. And you can note that just that one partnership birthing even further growth to have the regulator Bank of Uganda on board to ensure that the customer trajectory is growing, and the growth trajectory is projected all the way to 2027, where we are looking at over 200 mothers coming on board, simplifying the complexities that come along with the mandate of UNFPA, but also the partners present in this room. To note while I close, every individual representing an organization is a key ally. It's the reason we meet today in partnership with Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, in partnership with UN Women, in partnership with Private Sector Foundation. With all our organizations, you require a healthy, educated, and empowered population. And because we require this country to thrive together, you are most welcome to join us in ensuring that we are investing in reproductive health and gender for quite a major nation-building movement for sustainability. We share values of, environmental, social, and governance standards, ESG, and I know that as allies together, we can be able to have a shared value towards a social progress to meet your business success. Because what speaks to most of our private sector players is bottom line, the profits. We can only achieve the bottom line with such strategic allies. The much needed data, UNFPA, when it comes to population dynamics, provides that for us to flow accordingly. Together, I strongly believe that we can work as co-creators of change to ensure that we are building a world where every pregnancy is wanted, where every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled, especially as one of the key elements of the Ministry of Gender. Thank you, and I submit.
Thank you very much, Josephine, and you come at the tail end of this particular session that got technical conversations, and we want to thank you for what you've exhibited, which are real, tangible partnerships that you've carried out as UNDP, UNFPA, together with your partners from the private sector. And of course, we did listen to the Ministry of Gender, sharing with us the regulatory and other policy frameworks. Some would argue that what this country really does have in plenty is laws and regulations. There's literally a law about anything. And if you thought you've seen it all, then there's the sovereignty bill also coming up next. And so there will be a law about everything. I think the only thing that's not regulated is spectacles, if I've not checked properly. The question therefore remains, how are they enforced, if at all? Is the enforcement there? So we have all these laws that are supposed to protect and enhance, places of work as safe places of work. They are there, but how much are they enforced? We also heard from Yusra here telling us about strengthening institutional safeguards, meaning that even where the laws, which we are told has the longest arm, does not reach in the small little nooks and corners of our workplaces, there could be some institutional safeguarding mechanisms that include, audits, workplace policies, and reporting mechanisms. And then when all that was said and done, Josephine did wrap it up with, a show, a demonstration of what they have done together with partners and, highlighting and spotlighting the importance of strategic partnerships. That cannot be a session that goes away without a question or comment or two as we prepare to go into the breakaway sessions where we expect that we will be smaller, cozier, and deeper in conversation before we return to the plenary, and then we can expound on the conversations speak therein. Earlier on, you had put your hand up, and I want to believe that you have a question or comment.
Thank you, Simon, my long and best friend. Hi. I didn't want to greet you in private, but I wanted the people to know that we shared a relationship, and it was so productive, and I'm proud that we are here in a room where we can actually discuss and contribute to national development. Kongs. Thank you, everyone, and protocol observed, Commissioner, and representative of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, and other protocol observed. My name is Kebirungi Harriet. I was invited to this dialogue, but when I was invited, I kept on asking myself. I read the concept note, and even when I came here, I kept on listening in. What don't we have? We have everything. We have the policies. We have structures for mainstreaming those policies. They are there. But for me, I was thinking that we take this business forward, maybe to another level. I have been one of the implementers of these policies, and I have faced challenges of implementation. But I have also been a victim of GBV because of implementing these policies. And there is nothing that we are going to do. By the way, to be very honest with you, the way you see me, I'm just muted. I cannot talk about GBV at the workplace, because if I talk about it, I lose my job. I lose my peace. For us who come from the academia, GBV is not about physical, sexual. It's more of psychological. And the experience is even worse, especially when you have somebody's being victimized because you are related or you are linked to me. In boardrooms like this, we are discussing a policy, we are discussing a promotion of somebody, and somebody has talked about technological facilitated violence. Somebody sends out a message. Each one is reading on their phones in this room, and they are saying, don't. She should not be promoted. He should not. And people's promotions are kept for 3-4 years because Joseph is the one leading and is not wanted, has a conflict with one of the manager. And then the entire team is not promoted because of one person who put in, because they don't want to say, you promoted so and so, so they will give all sorts of excuses. For me, I'm thinking that we are coming back to this boardroom if we don't look beyond this. I have best experiences. When I was designing a policy for my institution, it got approved for implementation. But 2 years later, no funds were being allocated to the policy. So I had to move out. I moved out. In a conference like this, I asked the Commissioner Gender. I had the Equal Opportunities Commission. I said, you know, I have this challenge, and we are faced with these things. I had somebody from the Ministry of Finance. I said, can you help me to implement a policy? And from the conversations of the three of us, we agreed that they are going to write a letter to my institution demanding. And then one of them said, no, let's do it for all universities as a mandatory to comply to gender and equity in planning and budgeting. And money was allocated because of these conversations we are having like now. That was a very, very good practice. 2, I have seen IGG demanding us to declare our assets and liabilities. If for sure you can be asked to declare assets and liabilities, why can't you declare GBV in your institution? Why can't you come out and say, even Simon Kasate, I've been seeing him, his rights being violated. Can we have a system like we have that monitor, when you talk of gender audit, which is good, it is there for Equal Opportunities Commission. Can we have a seal for these institutions for you to receive funding so that you have either complied to gender GBV, indicators? Can we have them integrated alongside the EOC, the gender and equity? It is not a duplication of duties, it is just one process. Why do you want me to conflict with my employers at the place of work and at the end I suffer alone? Why can't we have a system where we report to the national level? Somebody has talked of evidence. How many times am I going to come here and give you evidence? Recently, Archbishop said, I cannot sacrifice my life. He was right. We are also right. We cannot sacrifice our jobs. Let this be a national obligation so that even the bystanders, we have national planning, yes.
National Planning Authority.
Yes. Can we have those indicators so that we are able to capture and actually provide evidence, honest evidence? Because if we design it very well, Even Jane will speak about Harriet, who has been violated. The other one in the ministry will speak and say there is a problem in an institution so and so. Because there are those areas where you ask questions. Can we have it at that level? So that we have the auditors, the GBV auditors, to monitor that. Not only that, but can we have standardized awareness or training? For somebody to qualify for a job in civil service, can somebody have gone through training, a GBV training, so that even university students, can we have it mandatory? And at the end, can we propose institutions that can do that? Can we design a program so that each and everybody does that before you are employed? Can you have that training certificate that you did these courses and so you qualify for public office? Can we work with other institutions that can do that than putting responsibility to somebody who is on a contract for 3 years and maybe can be killed? Can we have it traced that way?
So I think without
yes.
being intrusive,
yes.
I may just give you an extra 1 minute. To
Thank you so much, my friend Simon. Then can we have protections from whistleblowers? This is what I want to say, because we are saying that ensuring every graduate has that in Uganda carries a lot of not only a certificate, but comes with a social responsibility of holding an office and becoming accountable. And when we are accountable in GBV, it is, and do you know what brings about GBV many times? Is corruption also. Then we should be tackling these other issues into the, thank you very much, my friend Simon.
Harriet, I'm over
thank
here.
you.
You just put the microphone on the
Thank
table,
you.
someone will pick it up. So, in my field, that all of you know is my field, which is communication, you have to measure your words. So Harriet does introduce me and say, Simon and I had a long-standing relationship. And you could hear the pin drop. And this is what she added, which was very productive. So I say, imagine many of you seeing children between Harriet and I. The truth, and maybe I need to say that, one, indeed, we had a very deep relationship as students in school that was deeply productive in as far as the production of knowledge on this subject matter is concerned. Harriet will tell you that about 30 years ago, we were in class together, and you won't believe what we were studying. For one of my degrees, we were studying gender and development as a major. So 2 things happen. Now you have an indication that I am not as young as I look. Number 2, that I also went to school, so there's an OG that can attest to that. But also, even more importantly, feel at home. I'm no stranger in the room. Many of you who see me here as master of ceremony, you probably thought UNFPA picked a nice looking face, a good voice, to come and make the place look presentable. Matter of fact, I am deeply intellectually ingrained in this subject matter, and that, in fact, gender and development and these matters were a subject we studied with Harriet here at the turn of this century or thereabouts. So that's how deep we are in as far as this is concerned. So thank you, Harriet. Now, there is a question at the end. Please, you introduce yourself, then we make it brief. And but since Laura now has the microphone here, you know how sensitive these matters are, fellow man. Let's allow the lady to go.
I'm going to be very brief. My name is Laura from UNFPA. I'm just building on Harriet's submission that was very comprehensive. Just to emphasize on the question, maybe to Ministry of Gender. Thank you, Silver, for the presentation. Maybe Commissioner can come and clarify. Based on the comprehensive policy framework that has been presented and focusing on implementation, what are the mechanisms under a Ministry of Gender to monitor the implementation of those policies at the workplace for the different private sector, so we can ensure accountability in terms of prevention, but also in terms of survivor-centered response for the ones that have been subject to gender-based violence? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Now, as we proceed to the other gentleman, again, I want to emphasize this particular point, that we may talk about all these abstract things that fall in the area of policy, regulation, laws, conventions, ILO dictums. Friends, all this around gender-based violence comes down to human personality. Comes down to human personality. No amount of schooling, no amount of laws and regulations will speak to you more than you having an introspection and asking yourself, what kind of person are you? That when we are in these workplaces, can we espouse the human values of empathy, the human values of humanity, and in this part of the world, the thing that you call Ubuntu? And again, sorry not to sound, misogynist, this room is 80%, female in terms of, or at least those who relate as female in terms of composition from my observation. I could be wrong. But friends, ask, if we were to do a baseline survey, and asking people generally who they would rather have for a boss, a male or a female. I will leave the answer to you because you know it. And yet, that particular person that is never chosen for a boss is the one that will cry the loudest on matters gender-based violence. Why do we become impediments to our own growth, to our own safety, to our own path of career development, especially as women? I'll ask you now to make your brief remark.
Thank you very much, Simon. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Eric. I work with Makerere University. I would like to make two submissions. Number one, to encourage each one of us in this room to take this conversation out into actions. Don't wait GBV to be personal. It will be too late. Because I know that all of us in our respective spaces have one or two things we can do to prevent this from happening. But when it gets to your personal space, that may be too late for you to actually take action. Number two, when my colleague from the Ministry of Gender was doing a presentation, I think he kept emphasizing the issue of protection from retaliation. And I would like to speak from a practical perspective for this private sector that we are discussing, but also most of us who are into the government stream in terms of responding to GBV. We do these investigations, we put in structures to respond to GBV and very many other interventions. But I think something we need to think very critically about is how we protect the survivors from retaliation. It would be very nice to pull those clauses out for the private sector to take note as we establish these structures. But also for us, we investigate, and then for all of us in this room know, when, for example, at the university, should we find you guilty of violence, of sexual harassment, you lose a job. Now, what happens to an intern in a workplace that causes Eric to lose a job? What happens to a student that causes a professor to lose a job? The next thing, everyone is looking out now to, to get onto this person that has caused them to lose their job. And in our actions, the things we are doing, we have not put emphasis. He kept emphasizing it, protection from retaliation. And my question was, how are we protecting survivors from retaliation? Because truth is, where we have done investigations, even in courts of law, retaliation is real. And so how do we intervene practically? So when we get into the various spaces, people know that should there be retaliation from the offender, the perpetrator, these are the interventions in place that can actually support the survivor, but also the institution. I thank you.
Thank you, Eric. That's an interesting perspective. So sometimes there is the argument that one, if you came out, and one of the reasons why victims are silent is the mechanism of redress. What they call it? The burden of proof on the victim's side is so high, it's beyond reasonable doubt. So number one, what Eric is talking about, some of these victims may not even require protection after, because they never get to that level. They lose the case in there because the same council they are going to report, perpetuation, is the same council of a communion of perpetuators who may not want to throw one of their own under the bus. And then the protection starts not because you survived, but because you failed to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. The person you're accusing still has his people on the table, they are still in the institution, they still have power over you, and so they will sink you below sea level. So the best thing you have to do is say, even me, I am human. I was never born to just end up dying to be celebrated as a hero. Heroes are the ones in the hero's corner, and you know what's in the hero's corner? It's graves in the voice of the Archbishop. That's it. There's a sports administrator at the back who wants to say something. Okay, you, and then finally, before we break off for lunch. Since you're a lady, I'll take 3.
Thank you so much. My name is Shamim Kavuma Nyiramashirinji. And I have a few questions, but also remarks. And I'll start with the Ministry of Gender. I am in the HR sector, in the horticulture sector, a sector that is very much underlooked, but quite big. And topics like this actually matter to us. Now, my worry is this. Ministry of Gender, we have all these policies, we have all these laws. It's a bucket and a mouthful of all these things. Now, my worry is, or my concern is, how often does ministry go out there? I have 2,500 employees. 85% of that are women. These are women that come in every day with different concerns and do not even understand, who think being slapped or being spoken to in a certain way with vulgar language is normal. That when I come out as HR to speak to them about it, they think I'm actually intervening with their right. It is their right that someone is making very beautiful comments about their behinds. Now, when we sit in a room like this, I feel like we are preaching. I am a Muslim, so when I go to the mosque and tell them, you must be good Muslims, this is the Quran, these are the sayings, I am preaching to Muslims. I must be somewhere near a church telling people, please, come this way. We are here like this. We are in a room that speaks clear English. The English that has been spoken here, I need a dictionary. I've been Googling. We must break it down so that my women, the 85%, and I'm talking about one farm, they're actually a total of 14 farms. So we have over 20,000 employees in one sector, and 76% of that are women. Can we break this down and take it to a crowd where it actually makes sense? Strengthening mechanisms when people don't even know the already existing mechanisms does not make sense. So for Ministry of Gender and the partners in this room, let us, what was that English word again, Simon? Cascade. Cascade or catascade? One of the two. I come from a place where we don't speak very much English. And then for UN, Nusra Assalamu alaikum, Yusra, you cannot audit what is not there. You're going to audit what sincerely? When I even don't know already what the audit should look like. Anyway, since we are going to smaller sessions, I will throw more tantrums, and I hope I can find Ministry of Gender somewhere and throw further tantrums. Let us break this down to a language that women understand, to a language that, because I was looking at a very long-term friend of Simon here. The women that are ready to report all these things, that are not shy about all these things, do not know that this is wrong. And they are happy to stand in that hero's corner, by the way. They will stand there, but they lack information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamim. Indeed, Shamim does throw more light and spotlights the analogy I used earlier, that sometimes when you are in the upper room as apostles, sometimes it's important to step out and go find the sinners. And that's why I think for those that are not like Shamim and Yusra here, the Apostle Paul is much rewarded and revered as a disciple, not so much because he wrote letters to everybody, including the one to Ugandans, which I think has not yet arrived, but because he lived much of his time as Saul, and then had that Damascus moment when he changed and became Paul. Now he went back and preached to his folk, the ones that were with him when he was Saul. They believed him because, one, they remembered him being part of them. Two, he spoke practically about what he was doing, that now he was turning his back from and had seen the light, and he was inviting others to see the light. The challenge we have now is we are all later day Pauls. We are seated together reciting the Apostles' Creed, like she's saying, telling each other to be good Muslims, but we're already in the mosque anyway. We are doing our tithe, we are observing the 5 pillars of Islam, and so there's no outreach. And that message, I think, was to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. But I'm also sure that the ministry does have a rebuttal to that. Maybe they are operating in spaces where we can't see them. You know, they may be operating covertly and they are acting like spies and they are moving deeper. And so we'll give them an opportunity to come here and tell us what structures they are doing on the ground. They will remind us how in every LC1 committee there is a secretary for gender who should be empowered to look at all those gender issues. Then when you check, that very secretary is the wife of the secretary for defense, whereby we elect the secretary for defense depending on how brutal he is, and his brutality is normally felt first at his home, so he does the practice on his wife, his children, then he's brutal to the rest of the community, and so that makes him the secretary for defense. And his wife is the one of gender who should be checking out matters of abuse, so we now know how they will articulate. So it's a whole ball game of conversations. Before I announce the next brief question or comment, I'm going to just announce a small little housekeeping directional rule. We shall break off for lunch, which will be for an hour. In that hour, this place is going to transform a little bit to allow for breakaway sessions. So I'm going to request, one, that when you're stepping out for lunch, you can move away with very close and personal effects, like your laptop, your phone, and every now. I know my friends, sometimes you have one bag, the official bag, then there's a bag that has the other things, basin, what, and all that. Now those, you can keep them. Those ones here we shall arrange, but the one of personal effects, carry it so that we allow for the changing of the rooms. Number two, I will also, before exiting this stage, announce the session names and the session facilitators so that I remind you of which session you believe is most apt for your engagement. There is also the possibility, and we welcome those that may be transiting through different sessions on only one condition, that you don't become I'm going to say this in Luganda, right? You can move around sessions. Naeto fuka kajiko na ntabula. Don't create chaos. Create what we call, productive, like my relationship with Harriet. Yeah, let it be productive and deep. Question, please. Yes, you have the microphone. She's over here. Here and then there.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Adong. I am the Deputy General Secretary of the Uganda Sports Press Association. I am also a football administrator and executive member of Sports Club Villa, and I am also the newly appointed chairperson of the local organizing committee that is going to be in charge of hosting Africa in Uganda for the Under-20 Africa Cup Rugby, which will take place in August. First of all, I am very pleased as a sportswoman that finally, the sports sector is now being involved in a conversation like this. Because, why am I saying so? In my years that have been active as a sports journalist and as an administrator altogether since 2017 to now, we've come through so many untold stories, so many of the stories that are hidden, that women are going through, but the civil society, the government, the partners, international donors, only look at perhaps women in politics. I personally also come from the political background because I'm the president of the Democratic Party Women's League. But for purposes of today, I'm going to strictly speak about what is here. So, initially, the sports sector has not really been brought to the table. When we talk about issues of sexual harassment, JBV, I can tell you 99% or 100% of these offenses are happening in our sector. Now it is happening in our sector. Why? My sister Yusra Naguja talked about auditing. What are you auditing? What is that you're auditing that you don't have? If, for instance, you take a stance right now and you go to many of the federations in Uganda, and now not only the federations, go up to the grassroots, go to the clubs, the rugby clubs, the football clubs, the cricket clubs, name them. There are so many. Uganda has over 51 registered sports associations registered in Uganda by the National Council of Sports. Now, if you go to the clubs where the day-to-day activities, where these athletes are groomed and the administrators like some of us are, you find that there are so many things that have been left out and no one has been bothered. So you're talking about auditing. What are we auditing? I think for me now, this is where the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development needs to take what we could call, I could call it maybe like an affirmative stance, to see that some of the sectors that, like sports, that has been left in the darkness for so many years, can you now start going one by one to each and every of these federations, ask whether they have these gender policies, ask whether they have the anti-sexual harassment policies. For us in the political parties now, we have moved to that, we have the sexual harassment policies. But now when you go to the sectors like sports, there's nothing of that sort. So when we sit here and the UN Women is telling us we do auditing, what are you auditing? You cannot audit what is not there. Number two, we do not have safe spaces for the victims or for the whistleblowers. It's good you put it quite very clear there, Simon. It's unfortunate my colleague has moved away. In 2019, I think, Uganda had gone for the Sekafa tournament, girls. You remember it was in Tanzania? And there was a story of one of the athletes, one of the female footballers, who reported a case of sexual harassment. You do not want to know
the fights that that girl went through until she was even forced to retire. For me, I believe she retired from football, not because she was ready, but because of society. You go to rugby, it's the same thing. You go to boxing, it is the same thing. The stereotype. So there is a lot. We do not have, these instruments are there. But how do we relate these instruments now and go down to the sector like sports? I am very interested in this because today sports is employing over and over 10,000 young people, both as athletes and both as administrators. Personally, as Adong speaking here, in 2019 still, I was confronted by a group of football fans, beaten properly, proper assault. Because, why? I was trying to protect my coach from being beaten, you know. A team lost the game, and because these players, the fans want to transfer their frustration to the coaches, and as head of communication and branding, I'm like, no, this is wrong. And after that, a lot of things. I was beaten. NBS TV and the rest of the media houses ran the story. But I did not see any of the civil society organization even coming out. Not even government coming out. So we are left on the other side to fight. And then as I sum up, Simon, you took some of our minutes, so you wait a moment. Yes. So as I sum up, now when you talk to the men and the women on the lenses, the one telling the stories of these athletes, the one telling the stories of the administrators like us, my colleagues here, they are journalists here, these people getting a boss or getting an administrator to get a story, to interview that person, you do not know what it takes, especially when you're a female journalist in this country. It is hard. And when a story that has to break headlines or make headlines, they must send a male journalist. But me, Sarah, Dorothy, and her, they'll say, Neda, no, you know. So we still have a lot to do as we talk about my brothers, Amega Konjaina, with what Godwin Silva said about the policies that we have and all the legal instruments. Yes, we have them. But I implore you as government, please work hand in hand with the Minister of Education and Sports and NCS. We want to see you at the grassroots, and do not stop at the federation. Go up to the clubs. Come to us, USPA, Uganda Sports Space Association. There's a lot of story we can tell to end some of these issues we're talking about, especially when it comes to GBV. Thank you, and sorry for spending for so much of your time.
It's all okay, Sarah. We do appreciate that. Sarah Adong, she's, as you might have heard, wears so many hats: administrative, political, gender, and everything. So you can expect that, in fact, even 2 hours of representation would be really little time for her to do justice to the subject. I also must personally tender my apologies to you, Sarah, for taking a lot of your time as panelists. That's the risk UNFPA had to take when they bring a highly knowledgeable master of ceremony on the subject matter, who holds it close to his heart, being who I am, a father of girls, and all sorts of things. But you do mention quite a number of things, but I may want to just guide the conversation so it doesn't look like it's, when we say gender, it always normally comes off like men versus women. Pardon? Yeah, which it is not. And let it not be like it is men versus women. We know for sure that men equally get violated in more ways than one, by both genders, sadly, by both men, their fellow men, and women. I mean, you did mention you hold an administrative position in Sports Club Villa, and you know that I have been a journalist for quite some time, and stories of men being violated by fellow men in Sports Club Villa is not a new thing. We also know for a fact that, in sports, without a doubt, it tends to be skewed towards male because of, the structure of men and there's these conversations of, okay, if there is a Semenya, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, do they compete as women or do they compete as men? You know what I mean? There are some women
who have got, some genetic setup that has more testosterone than estrogen. And then there are some of us men who may also have some, genetic makeup that tends us to look physiologically like the other gender. Where do we compete? Then, of course, we're entering into a new phase, which is way younger and novel than Harriet and I studied in school, where you can be born physiologically and physically male. But in your mind, you feel you are female, but you are just trapped in a male body. How do you relate with people on the outside? I mean, all these are conversations that we can't shy away from, and they speak deeply to all this. So in our conversations, let's not draw the black and white line. Let us try to broaden our deliberation so that we have everyone in the spirit of ESG, and I'm sure in ESG, there's a part of inclusion. Finally, before I allow in Dr. Yusra to come in and others.
Thank you, Simon. My name once again is Karen Birunju from Centenary Bank, and I'm the Refugee Business Supervisor. Simon, I'm starting from exactly where you stopped. The issue and notion of gender being interpreted in definitions everybody deems fit. 3-4 days ago, while I was conducting a financial literacy for minors who happened to be refugees, a 16-year-old boy shared a story of how he was dating a 30-year-old woman in this country. And he had all the confidence to share with us that for him, he was drawing inspiration from President Macron of France. Now, I think the issue of gender-based violence as a concept needs to be clearly mapped and customized to every environment. When it comes to that experience and story shared by that young man, I leave the room to come up with their own definitions of either sexual-based violence is a one-dominated kind of concept. When it comes to the definition of gender-based violence again, I want to challenge this room that many people closely related to sexual-based harassments and violence. But actually, I would encourage all of us in this room to look at the broader concept, the issues of information hoarding, insults, intimidations at workplaces, the PhD pull her down syndromes for women who are actually bringing fellow women down. You'll hear them campaigning not to let her get promoted, not to let her go to a certain room where decisions are made. And these are women campaigning against fellow women. And lastly, to understand that gender-based violence, like Simon stated at a certain point, comes down to personality. So as the ministry and everybody in the room is coming up with solutions, how best can we use our African natural strengths to go back to the grassroots? How do we raise our children? How are we ensuring that the boys and girls that we are raising have fair opportunities? And lastly, how do we promote equity, especially in Africa? Thank you.
Wow, beautiful submission. To be honest, I thought, banks like yours, Centenary Bank, deal with the deposit, withdraw, loans, collection, and that's where it all stops. I didn't know that you take it a notch higher to go into the field, and as you look for customers, get into subjects such as these that inform people's choices, that also draw them closer to you. Thanks for being human-centric. But I'm told financial institutions in this room are almost double-digit in number, which fall under the ambit of the Private Sector Foundation, and we are grateful that you've been able to join us and be a part of this conversation. Now, before I allow in the comments and responses to these for a very short time, I'm going to make this housekeeping announcement so that we are aware, and then shortly after we can partake of the next session. So we'll have 3 sessions for the breakaway period. That will be after lunch. These 3 sessions are named 1, 2, and 3. Now for session number 1, which will be under, technology facilitated GBV, it will be moderated by Laura here from UNFPA. Please, Laura, stand up. And the facilitators in there include my friend from Makerere University, Eric Tumwesije from Makerere University, Sarah Nancy Kombi from Stanbic Bank. Please, when I mention your name, just raise your hand so that the people that will attend can see your presence or you stand. Thank you, Sarah, for being with us. Cheyune Sadat from the Uganda Police Force, UPF, that's what I want to believe. Then Batenga Anita from IPA. We'll have Diana Nabukalu from Uganda Bureau of Statistics and Joan Mugasa Atuhaire. Then for session 2, which will be talking about workplace sexual harassment prevention and response, the moderator is Rebecca Kundakwe from PSFU. Rebecca? Rebecca Kundakwe? Okay, I'm told she's out on a call. And the facilitators in there include Mariam Namboze, Association of Women in Construction. I think I saw you earlier there, the engineer. She also works at Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited and is based at Karuma Hydropower Station. I have a particular liking for that place because I worked there. She will tell you it was the country's largest construction site ever since this country was created. Irene Nayera from DFCU, that's another bank. Irene. Then we have got Humphrey Mutasa from the Grain Council of Uganda and Nicholas Businje from the National Organization of Trade Unions of Uganda, NOTU. Now these 2 sessions, session 1 and 2, after lunch, just come back to this room. You may find it a little bit different, but just come back and you'll be guided on where you will be. Then there is breakaway session number 3, that's under women's economic empowerment. And the moderator is none other than Natasha Butrak. I hope I pronounced it very well. And some of the facilitators in there include Dr. Harriet Kebirunji. We also have Enoch Mutambi from GROW. We'll have Prosi Namubiru from Centenary Bank. We'll have Dr. Juliana Adieri, Dr. Lawrence Egulu, I saw him somewhere there, and Miss Rita Achiro, the Executive Director for UONET. Now that session, you'll be guided on where you'll go, but certainly won't be in this room. I think it will be in the room behind this wall so that we can have our conversations. Now, I will allow, for the interest of time and in respect of the fact that it's in this part of the country, we don't eat just lunch. We eat the time as well. So lunchtime, we have so far eaten 30 minutes of lunchtime, which is supposed to be 1 o'clock, and people are not looking at me kindly. So Yusra, you will save me and come and just make a bit of a closing remark. Can you give her the mic from where she is? And after Yusra's presentation, I am going to request that then we will go to lunch. I think the modalities of lunch have also been communicated privately to each one of you. And so find a way. It's going to be a buffet. And I, as the MC, won't take responsibility of what happens to you after lunch. I will show you the person take responsibility. Don't move. Annette, please come. Just wave. That is the person that will take any form of responsibility should your lunch go wrong. Thank you. You can see now the responsibility is cascading. So please don't cascade it further. Yusra, please.
Okay, thank you, Simon, for the opportunity. I won't take long because most of what has been shared is recommendations, and it's very true and correct. For example, the issue of retaliation, it is true. This is the reality that we cannot run away from. The issue of protecting those that report from retaliation is still a challenge in this country and in institutions, even including bigger institutions like the UN, who have time and time again made efforts to make these provisions. So I think what we can do is to take this forward as a growing conversation together with the Ministry of Gender, Private Sector Foundation, UNFPA, and the other concerned parties to see how we adopt best practices. What is working in other places? What is working in other contexts that we can learn from and adapt to see that this is something that we continuously prevent. And yes, the issue of audits, yes, don't worry about that thing audit. Like I said, when you mention audit, it sounds very big and scary, but to demystify it, the audit sets the baseline. So it is to find out what is happening. Whether it is happening or not, this process will let us know. If the policies are not there, this process that we call the audit is what will document this. Because if we come one by one to say it is not there, it will be difficult. But if we do it in a very formal, evidence-structured manner, it is this which is going to give us the evidence now to engage the concerned parties that this is missing, this is happening. So it will give us that collective bargain and collective voice. So don't worry about the audit name, but it is the baseline to see what is happening, an investigation and a documentation and evidence generation. So I would recommend, to embrace it, to start where we are, so that then we are able to formalize these conversations with proper evidence, collective evidence. Yes, in terms of the accountability, of course, the Commissioner will come and highlight more, but under the Women's Empowerment Principles Program that is run by UN Women, we have, together with the Ministry of Gender, Equal Opportunities Commission, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda Securities Exchange, which other organization is there, Ministry of Trade, UNDP and UN Women formed the Corporate Gender Accountability Mechanism, which will bring together the stakeholders from government, UN, private sector, to start tracking the integration of gender into the private sector, specifically looking at the private sector, what is being done, what is not being done, what can be improved, but also that leads to the certification that Madam Harriet you are talking to. That level of certification, which an institution can show that indeed we have gone through this process, this is how far we have gone, these are the changes implemented, therefore we qualify for A, B, C, D support. Or we have gone through this process, this is still missing, and you are willing to learn and improve on the journey. So I think the rest of it was recommendations. You want to talk about retaliation?
Maybe just briefly on retaliation, and this is something for further thought. I have concerns when the institution, which is supposed to address violence at the workplace, when the mechanisms are in-house. What happens if, as who mentioned it? There's somebody who mentioned it that, yeah, it was Eric. You find that the panel is composed of perpetrators. So if you're finding at the leadership, there are those who are perpetrating this violence, to what effect, what decision is going to be taken when you report? So I'm thinking, can we think whereby this mechanism is taken outside the organization? I think so. That for me will encourage reporting. And then also organizations, you don't have to declare names, but you provide information on actions taken. Because if people don't know whether action has been taken, then I'm not going to report, because reporting becomes a futile exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful that the question on the institutional mechanism is coming out clearly. And I'll just shed some light on some of these organization institutions that should be able to support us in terms of reporting but also in terms of access to justice. The first one is the Industrial Court of Uganda. It's housed in Tinda, and this was created to ensure that workplaces are compliant to the International Labour Organization conventions, but also the national laws and policies. As Ugandans, we need to pick the courage where we are not getting access or support at the institutional level where we are working, we can log in our complaints to the Uganda Industrial Court. And of course, there, issues of access to justice are taken into account. The second one that I would like to talk about is basically the Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development. We have two departments. One is on occupational safety and health, as well as the Department of Labour, Industrial Relations and Productivity. These two departments are supposed to inspect workplaces, but also listen in to some of the complaints that workers have to present, or even employers. So these departments are very important. Maybe there are gaps in terms of reaching out to all the workplaces in Uganda, but these departments are key in terms of listening into the complaints of both workers and employees. And you can also log in your complaint in case it arises. The Equal Opportunities Commission also has a tribunal, which is like a court. I know Harriet wrote and got some support. So I would also encourage all Ugandans, employees and employers, to log in your complaints to the Equal Opportunities Commission. They have a court that listens in to all these complaints. And of course, cases of justice, where justice is required, action is also taken at that level. At the lower local level, where we are dealing with ordinary Ugandans, I encourage you to report through Sauti. Sauti is an online mechanism that has been run by Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development. With the support of UNICEF, you're able to report cases of gender-based violence. Most of the cases are referred to the respective government institutions where action is required. For me, what I see as the biggest challenge in Uganda is most of us never pick the courage to report. But the institutional mechanisms, once they fail at the organizational level, the institutional mechanism that can support us. So I would like to make an appeal that let's pick up our courage and report and seek for justice. And of course, as the message has been very clear, it's not only an obligation to government, it's an obligation to all of us. We need safe and conducive work environment. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And so without any further fanfare to the closure of sessions, you will allow me say this session is now closed for now. We're going in for a 1 hour lunch break. Let's reconvene at 2:45 at our respective docking stations. Thank you.
Further guidance, lunch is served at Paradise Restaurant, which is downstairs. You know the main Sheraton restaurant, which is Paradise. And this QR code you're seeing over here, if you scan it with your phone, you'll be able to enter a whole new world of today's experience by checking out your pictures and some of the presentations. They have all been uploaded there. So let's, for once, use our phones in a manner that does not violate anyone, but rather enhances us. So scan the code and receive all this information.
Okay, you take your friend.
All right.
Share with you. You're done. Baby.
Okay. Great. I mean, that aligns well with the outcome 3 anyway. The outcome 3, right? will receive. Solomon.
Yeah, she
Waliwo.
sent something, I
Regan.
think. I haven't opened it, but I saw she sent an email. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, all right. And was Fred able to look at the budget?
Yaletuddeko ogwo. Singa twafulumye nabyo.
Oh.
All right, so I believe that we are almost constituted, and from the directions we gave earlier on, session 1 is over there, where there's Laura, and session 2 is over here. Session 3 is in a back room, and let's find where we shall be. We're going to have enough latitude to have conversations. The leg room is apt, and we shall run this for an hour or so. I think from the program I have, these sessions are supposed to last us for less than an hour, but let's say an hour and a half. So it's exactly 3 o'clock. If we agree that we conclude and have a hard stop at 4, latest 5 minutes past 4, and then we can get into what we would consider to be the feedback from the plenary by rapporteurs. So thank you very much. May the sessions begin.
Check.
So what do we do?
Let me find out. We'll find a solution quickly. But
Speaking, but the volume will be here.
they will not hear themselves in the speakers, or it's for implementing. Oh, okay.
Very
People online here are so not so loud, but
okay. The leadership commitment. If these practices are going to work, then you must have your clear policies, which then fit into your governance structure, which then helps with the control. And then through those initiatives, you have the commitment so that the policies and the processes are actually going to work. And then you can start holding people accountable, those that do not follow through the policies and systems. That is the only way you can actually get organizations to believe and to activate these structures so that they can get the utmost results out of them. Thank you.
you speak about commitment and accountability. Numbers, you're coming from this sector that we see, we thought is male dominated, but we appreciate the fact that now we see women there. What's your experience? I think it's not
Yes.
Thank you.
And what's happening with policies in that sector? Where are they failing? And what distinguishes those that are making it right and others that are not?
Oh, thank you so much. It's really such a privilege.
Okay. Let's see now.
Okay. She says you're gonna have to speak up.
Oh,
Yes.
am I heard now?
No.
Standing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry, panelists.
No, it is well. Thank you. Because it is important that what's being discussed is taken home. Thank you very much. It's such a privilege to be in such a place and to speak about these things that have been existing but have not been actually yet implemented. I'm going to try to raise my voice. I don't know whether I'll catch up with all of you.
Would you like to stand right there in the middle? Just
Hmm.
there. Just go on.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Okay. Am I being heard right now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. So, as you've heard, my background, I'm a civil engineer. And as she put it, truly, even now, the civil engineering or the engineering sector is male-dominated. And we are facing quite a lot of challenges with being very few ladies there. And then it's the men that are taking on most of the decision making. Oh, thank you. So the policies in the private sector in construction, most of the construction companies in this nation do not actually have policies. And for those that have them, they have them at the level of the department that has those policies, that is in charge of developing those policies. But actually the people that are supposed to be benefiting from the existence of these policies do not know that these policies are there. They do not know that actually the companies they're working for have policies in place. they do not know their rights even as they are working. Okay? So I had a lot of discussions this morning, and I've had people talking about fear of retaliation. And also you realize that in the construction sector, the females are given most especially the least positions, because they say, this is a very big project. What will a woman do to it? You enter in a boardroom, a very experienced engineer, and then you hear someone next to you, perhaps you're actually more experienced than them. They send you for tea. So you realize these ladies have been repeatedly reporting. But because also most of these companies, as you've heard, they are private companies, and you realize that the owner of the company is the person that is the perpetrator. Now this lady is not able to report. And in some cases, during payment, you realize that this lady has worked. They have worked, they have submitted reports, and their work is really good. But what happens? The payment is delayed. And then you realize a boss saying, if I'm to pay you, you need to do this for me to be able to pay you. Offering a similar service with a colleague, and then to be paid, you need to offer yourself for payment. So when you hear these ladies come to us to speak to us, it is very painful. Then a lady does very great work that is taken to another level, that is changing an institution, and then the work is taken on by a gentleman. They just change the name, and another person takes credit. This lady has been struggling. They actually do the most. What I've realized in the construction industry, women are doing the most because they have to prove themselves experts. They do like times 10, but at the end of the day, they are not appreciated. So these policies are in place in some companies, but they are not cascaded down. Even those that have them, they have them for certifications. ISO certification, safety, occupational health and safety. They're just for benefits of just making profit within the organization. But actually, the individual that is supposed to benefit from it, they cannot report. They cannot report sexual harassment because they're going to lose their jobs. And as you know it, in the private sector, job security is very key. People are there, they go today, and they don't know if they return tomorrow, they will still be having their jobs. They take maternity leave. They do not know that when they go back, they still have a job. Others are called from home that actually we got a better fit for this position and they're on maternity leave. So these policies are really good, but how can you help us? If you can truly cascade this down to these companies, because these are here up, there is no one who's regulating these policies implementation. That the policies there, but there is no one following up to see this company has a policy, but are they implementing it? If they're implementing it, those people that are supposed to benefit from it, are they actually benefiting from it? Then when we report, when there is reporting, I've heard one of the speakers in the morning session talking about a court of appeal, if I remember well. But you realize that they have very few judges. Now, I imagine from all the sectors that we have in this country, when you're going to raise your concern, how many years will it take for you to receive feedback on sexual harassment? So such is what we need. Thank you very much.
A hand clap indeed. I think she brought out a number of issues from the bias on what actual women can do. And I think this accounts part of the law statistics on women in leadership. She talked about issues of when the owners are the perpetrators. So Irene, as you talk about leadership commitment, we are saying, hey, I won't definitely sign this if it will catch me. But also you wrote about an issue on regulation, and we are glad that in this session we have a team from the ministry. So as we have these regulations in place, I think something for us to take home is who is monitoring compliance of the available regulations. Very strong points. I'll now move to Humphrey, and then give us how is it, your clients are here, how is it with the policies as a council? I know you present so many others. The policies in place, once they're being implemented, those who are doing it right, what are they doing from the rest? If you can use 2 minutes to respond to this, then we go to another set of questions.
I thank you so much.
Again, thank you for having us. And thank you for eating grain and grain products. Please continue. Humphrey from the Grain Council. The Grain Council, those who don't know it, I'll use half a minute. It's a membership organization that brings together everybody who is in grain. Now you know you have a home. From whoever produces it, to whoever trades it, to whoever stores it, to whoever processes it, to whoever markets it, adds value to it, and exports it. All you guys, and whoever consumes it. So that is the Grain Council. You have a home. One of the things we do is what I'm doing now. One, to share experience, but also to share what needs to be done with the fellow private sectors. That's why I'm very honored to have the vice and the deputy board chair of the private sector here. Thank you for that commitment. Quickly, this is what we do as the Grain Council. The Grain Council manages and monitors its members to start with. So what we do is every member of the Grain Council must and shall, on becoming a member or a continuous renewer, sign a code of conduct. We have a code of conduct as the Grain Council. You don't sign it, you don't become a member of the Grain Council. We need your money as a member. You don't sign it, you don't become. 2, we moved away now from only the people that we govern to the whole industry. Other than the code of conduct that has some chapters, we also go to the industry self-regulation. We have an ISR of grain and grain products. Now, ISR is industry self-regulation guidelines. Those ones have every detail regarding what you're supposed to do at workplaces and at your facility and whoever you deal with in your supply chain. Now, something has come up because you know a policy is worth renewal on its launch. When we launched it, people wanted to have only a chapter on gender and inclusion to be enhanced to a policy. Now we are into development of the anti-harassment workplace policy right now as I speak to you. Why? Because from the production up to export, there are some areas where youths, women, and the elderly are important. They play a key role. So the Grain Council and its members must be very sensitive. And this is what we are doing, and I stop. Number 1, extension service. We give out bicycles and all these things. How sensitive are you in the bicycles that women use and men use? You must be sensitive. So when we are giving out bicycles, we give women what they are supposed to have. So you don't just give anything. Number 2, when they are cultivating, we are very, very, very sensitive. And we have found out this, that when you hand a tractor to a lady, they are so good at detail. They are very good in caring for that tractor. They are tractor drivers, very good ones. So how do we make sure that we protect this woman that we have handed the tractor? They've gone ahead to even drive combine harvesters. These ladies, we are sensitive. What time do we get this lady off the tractor? They don't do night shifts for intentional reasons. They have babies to take care of. But if you just say every worker in the night, you remember when we are saving power, we are supposed to work in off-peak. We call them off-peak when we are manufacturing. Women don't work at night. Not because we don't know, but they have babies and husbands to take care of. We are sensitive. So you'll find people that do night shift. Not very many women. Not very old, but youths. So we are sensitive in allocating of staff to make sure that we are sensitive on what we are supposed to do. Lastly, or second last, other than sprayers, people that drive tractors, people that are in mills, people that we also are in the service and soft functions, like money. It has been found out, I am sorry, men here, it has been found out that women are very good finance managers. We hand them money And we are serious. So for us, what has happened is sensitivity in allocation of responsibility and employment. Number two, making sure that we facilitate them. Women might not want a lot of money, or youths, but they need it on time. Make sure you do. You will get a lot from them. That has been shared. So other than the whip, which is in code of conduct and the industry, whatever, we also come back this way and incentivize production. We allocate them where they are good. So, for example, women are very good in monitoring and evaluation. Their nature is detail. Their nature is dissection. Give them those, they are very good in taking care. Give them those areas where they can take care of customers, speak to people good. And those are things that are sensitive. That's what we are allocating women. I am so sorry, but this is very passionate for us, to make sure that we allocate people, mostly women and youth, and the elderly. You don't expect a 60-year-old to be put on loading, okay? That's why we give them things like ladies and women, they're in laboratories. You don't expect a girl to go on the top of the truck to sample. No. Men sample, they do the primary view, and you will find them in the laboratory. They are there and they will dissect your sample and they will give you details. Those are some of the things we are doing. Other than laws and codes, we also are allocating them accordingly. Thank you.
Very good remarks from the gentleman on the panel. I would only say that women need as much money as the men need, but I think I like the points made around the sensitivity on what the council is doing. Next time, it would be nice to see a bicycle for men and a bicycle for women. Did you guys find that, I don't know, for most of us, if we take care of the equipment that men use and the ones that women use. I like the point around industry-specific regulations. So she talked about who's enforcing this. Later on, as we keep dialoguing, to be good to know how they are able to actually enforce that. Now, we have someone from National Organization of Trade Unions in Uganda. Now, Faith, from your membership, do these members have policies? For the ones you know that are getting it right, what are they doing differently?
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible enough because of holding this. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I hope I'm really audible enough. The main situation right now with the National Organization of Trade Unions, of course, it's one of the biggest trade unions in the country, representing about 39 labor unions that are in place from the different sectors. And I don't know if any one of you is a member of a trade union here, because it's very important to know that as well. And we've been having several policy changes at workplaces, specifically in the industries. For now, we have the gender-based violence policy, which is in place, which is a policy signed between us and the employer. And of course, the positive employers who have always recognized the trade union in the workspaces are the ones that are really highly implementing this. So why some of these practices most times fail? I would go straight to the point that the right to freedom of association and collective bargaining is lacking in very many workplaces. So you'll find that not all companies are represented by the trade union of choice. We would give an example of the textile industry. It's one of the most growing industry in the country, but a majority of the workers are not represented by the trade union. It's the same thing with the horticulture in the morning I had, that there are very many workers, but then the trade union is often denied the chance to negotiate or to collectively bargain with the employers. So that is one of the biggest fail to me. It's the biggest fail. And then the second biggest fail that I would call is the fact that Uganda is heavily reliant on the informal sector. So the informal sector of Uganda, if you look at it, it's 80%. So with all that coverage, all of them are not represented by the trade union, which also makes it a very big situation in this instance. So it makes the topic really a very big topic to us, based on the fact that we need to push as a union, and as well also the employers need to collaborate with us. But I would also like to say that we are currently working with the Federation of Uganda Employers. We have a memorandum of understanding that we signed, and we've also been progressing very many things in terms of gender-based violence and sexual harassment. Together, we work to formulate the policy so that it's an effective policy for everybody who is within the factory floor, in the public sector, and also in the informal sector that we have. Thank you.
Great. Just there, Faith. You know, for us as private sector, usually see where if I make this investment, where is the profit? How does it come into my books at the end of the year? People are nodding their heads. Coming from the private sector, I know what that is. So you talked about the gender-based GBV policy.
Yes, yes.
How are you incentivizing members to actually comply? Are you just putting it out there, or you doing something to make them comply with these policies?
Yes, we are doing a lot of awareness raising. First of all, the very first awareness raising that we are doing workplace trainings. Trainings with our shop stewards. So the shop stewards are like the branch leaders within the specific workplaces where there is union representation. So that is one. And then secondly, also we are doing a training within the staff itself. The union staff itself should be aware of what the situation is out in the factory. So in most cases, the training and awareness is very, very high at the shop floor or at the enterprise level. But then also we are trying to advocate for changes in policies, certain specific policies that we find that may not be aligning with what is in the collective bargaining agreement. So those are specifically some of the things that we are doing. But then we are also including the women in most of the trainings that we conduct, because they are the ones who are highly disadvantaged at this instance, but we wouldn't say that the men are also not disadvantaged. Definitely, we are including them to be like gender champions in the workplaces, to be able to push the policies and also the implementation part of the situation possible.
Lastly, for you, do you have any rewards and punishments for the members who are compliant?
For the members who are compliant or the non-compliant members?
Rewards are for those who are gender-based and like you've done it, you win the...
Yes, for the rewards, we really do most times recognize employers who are recognizing the trade union. Like recently, there has been a discussion with the ministry on Labor Day, for instance, to be able to recognize employers who are pushing for collective bargaining coverage or freedom of association at workplaces. But of course, that also includes that they are implementing the safety policies in place and then also other policies in regard with gender-based violence and sexual harassment at work.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith. Faith gives us a perspective of what's happening with the trade unions and where some of our companies are. Numbers, I want to come back to you. Earlier on, you talked about the accountability aspects, right? So we want to hear from you on how you think we are here for a national private sector dialogue. How can we bring this down to the construction sector to get more meaningful? What do we do with you and the other actor players? And then how do we hold each other accountable at the end of a dialogue? We don't sit in Sheraton Ballroom and then end there. Over to you. Yes.
Thank you very much. I love the fact that you're saying it doesn't just end here, because at the end of the day, it has to be cascaded down to the actual beneficiaries and those that actually... Am I heard, please? Thank you. Raise? Okay. Thank you. So what should be done is awareness. So we have these policies, and even we benchmark for the best policies. But if we do not visit, we do not make deliberate efforts to visit these organizations, institutions, to first to bring passion, to bring them to understand, to give them that passion, to understand the importance of having these policies implemented. You know, sometimes the big people at the top, they think that when they hoard these policies, they are protecting the organization. They are earning. They don't want to spend on the awareness and the training. But at the end of the day, they find themselves in a tight spot where they cannot get themselves out of this spot. by not actually training these people to be aware of this, which could have actually helped them as an organization to grow. And as you've realized, these reduce productivity at workplaces. Even for them, they end up not earning, the owners of these organizations. But if we make deliberate efforts to go to different stages and different companies, both the known and these ones that are upcoming, and help them understand the importance of having these policies cascaded down to every individual, perhaps they would have done it, but they do not have a clear understanding of the benefits of these policies. So that, I think, would be a great thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Namboze. You know, she talked about a point on productivity. Now, in my many years of working on gender responsiveness in the private sector, one of my catchy statements has been making reference to the 3 Ps. And we're not talking about planet, people, and profits. We are telling companies, and in case you've not heard this, that increased gender responsiveness and violence-free environments increase productivity of your employees. And once they're productive, their performance increases. And once they don't break down the machines, become so absent, your profitability ultimately increases. And there's sustainability on that. There's evidence to that. So if you're here and your company, you're a leader, you're an HR, think about what you're going to tell your bosses when you go back. We need to have violence-free environments to increase our staff's productivity, performance, and finally, profitability. Productivity, performance, and the 3 Ps. Productivity, performance, and profitability. I think that's one of the things that she's pointing out, and there's evidence to this. Now, I'll end with you, Irene, but first I'll come to you, Humphrey. Let's talk to them about the money. You talked about the different things the council is doing. How can we have financing shift from just investment, commitments we make in this room, in our different council meetings, to real impact practices addressing gender-based violence in our workplaces? You're telling your organizations, your members, have the policies, do this, but we want to see that financing shift from commitments to action. What do we need to do?
Yeah, very good. For us as private sector, you either talk about money or money. Yeah, what makes business is business. The business of business is business. So for us, we only hear that language. Money. What do we do? Or what has been done a bit, and it's still work in progress? Number 1, anything that reduces cost of production and increases profitability, that is music to our ears. We have started, sampled with only 5, and I don't know why, if it was possible, we have even some videos that we are developing. If we are given, maybe we shall share with the private sector. We are developing videos that we have done for incentivizing non-violent environments. And we have sampled this in 5 members. I have not mentioned names here. Some of them, you know them. Everybody must have a gender-based or a gender-focused person in their institutions. That can pull funding, and that can pull strategic partnerships as a condition. So we have put conditions on support and even strategic partnerships. If you don't have this person, we are so sorry. We shall not relate with you in this particular funding. And because it is money, we have seen people start recruiting people or giving responsibility to their ladies and in their organizations. So pooling strategic partners. For example, now, GIZ has called. Some of you have known about the GIZ call. GIZ has called. It is going to finance installation of renewable energy processing plants. And they've spoken to us. And we are telling them, we can never recommend you if you don't have a gender-focused person. You can never get a letter from us. The government of Uganda is financing 0 interest rate to large-scale farmers. You are a member, but if you don't have this kind of person in your organization, we shall not give you a recommendation to go to Pearl Bank to get a 0-rated or a 0 interest rate loan. So people we attach this to money, and we have seen that drive inclusion. The other thing that we have been doing is advocacy. Previously, and again with support of private sector, that's why I'm very grateful. We are active members of PSFU. I don't know. With the Private Sector Foundation, we engaged PPDA. PPDA previously didn't have a drop-down list of registered certified warehouses. When you are buying food for public institutions, where do you buy it? Are the stores certified? Such that we know whether the products are quality or not. They were buying anything anywhere. With Private Sector Foundation and its members, we have been advocating, and thankfully, PPDA now has put a drop down on the listed certified warehouses. Before you click enter, it cannot accept until you filled that gap. Where are you buying the produce you are supplying to private? So what we are doing now, coming back home, is you can never, this is in our advocacy, UNBS, because it is money, you can never bid except when you have a Q marker. So what we are doing, now we are going this side, business side, you can never get a UNBS certification if you are not, or you have a red flag, gender-wise. If you don't have a gender policy, if you don't have an anti-harassment policy, workplace policy and all these things, we want UNBS to include them as conditions of process certification. Because you remember, we had the S and the Q marks. So now we have only one mark called the Q mark for you to access a bid or for you to supply anything. What we are doing now is we want UNBS to include anti-harassment workplace policies as a condition to get a Q mark. Yeah. So now when you do, if you don't, you don't. If you do, then we do. It's like that it is, we incentivize, but also use the whip. Okay? That's what we are doing. Because if you attach money or a condition to money, private sector always changes. So lastly is the access to market. Right now, as I talk to you, for us business is business when there is market. If there is no market, then we are in jokes. Right now, we want to open, we were in the Chinese private sector again. We were in the Chinese investment, whatever, the other day. They've given us a big requirement of different coffee, tea, grain, word. You can never get market information and market linkages with our recommendation if you don't. So when we put a condition to access to money, access to supply, access to market, and all these things, that has helped. As I sit down, in most cases, what has been happening in our members is what is the value of gender-related policies and harassments and things. So for us, what we are saying, we are training, other than whatever I've been talking about, because those are conditional. We do trainings, we do capacity development. Only after you identify, they hand you the lady or the young man, and we have been doing capacity development. And what we request from this meeting is if we can identify, I liked the lady who presented that she is a gender auditor. We want to engage that one. We can even engage her privately, because for us, I don't know, but we take care of people's time. We were private sector. Anything leading us to market, we can facilitate it. So we can even take care of her time to make sure she capacitates our gender-based or our gender-focused persons in our membership. And that will help going forward.
Hand clap for Mr. Humphrey. You know, Humphrey started with his marks like money. Private sector language is money and business is business. But I like the fact that he later brought it home on what it actually means to be gender sensitive and how it builds our businesses. You know, when he spoke about the seal and how the lobbying with UNBS is actually coming up. I feel like that's one of the actions. Probably we need to come together as partners. But also, as I mentioned, and I think our Vice Chair mentioned in the morning, PSFU has worked with UNDP for the gender equality seal certification for private enterprises. And we actually had 24 gender auditors certified by under UN program, which is global. I was blessed to be one of them under PSFU. So yes, this is happening and this can be done to help our companies actually comply to this. Now I'll be coming to you, the audience, later on, right after Irene. Irene, we've talked about the things that we need to do. But we heard from your introductions that you've been part of places where these actual mechanisms have been put in place and they have worked. Please share with us the experiences of where you've seen this work and what actually was done to make it happen. Someone here is like, my company, can these things really happen? You know, isn't it what you are thinking? That boss of mine, my manager, they'll ask me, how does this come to the, balance sheet? Irene, what has been the experience with safeguard mechanisms that work in workplaces?
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me, all of you. Good. So I'm going to build on what Humphrey just shared. I think the first thing, if you have the why, then you'll be very clear on the how, the when, and the what. Yeah? Why are you doing this? We are in this room today because our why is very clear. Not so. We want to stop those bad practices and we want to be seen or be part of that community that is implementing the right processes in our workplaces. So that then becomes your why. You then start to design your policies and systems and processes because your why is very clear. In the policies and systems and codes of conduct, I like it here, Humphrey, that has shared, identifying who are going to be your champions so that you put them in place and they can drive this agenda for you. You then start to make it part of your either committees or reporting matrices as well. On a quarterly, monthly basis, are you reporting progress? Do you have a work plan on how you're going to implement this? And I love it that these tools are already available, either with your fellow colleagues or people like me or even Rebecca from the private sector. There are clear tools and work plans on what are those little things that you can do to get there. Sometimes we want to dream big and want to get there and you just keep procrastinating. I think today what you need to do is group 2 specifically. Everybody of us has to live with a commitment. What am I going to start with? I like it when Humphrey says that he heard about the gender auditors. Those then will do the metrics review. Where are you and what are some of those things that you're supposed to start with? Defining your why, your how, your what and when. Then you start your baby steps and then you start to celebrate these things that he's talking about, training, awareness, all these, reporting matrices. Before you know it, it becomes a culture. Because then in HR we say that what gets tolerated then becomes culture. If you then implement good processes within your organization, it will become the culture. People will know you for being a gender-sensitive organization where such practices are not tolerated because then people have policies, they have an outlet where they can actually report, those anonymous online calls or either platforms where they can report any kinds of harassment. Before you know it, then your organization, and you'll see your employees testify for you that, in my workplace, you cannot actually do that. You cannot say that because then everybody is aware of what certainly can be done, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. To answer your question.
Did you pick the points?
Yes, please. Again. Yeah.
Don't want to go and turn around the entire company in 1 month.
No.
6 months is hard. But like as you mentioned, think about those things that you can start doing by defining exactly what you want to achieve. Yeah? Aaron, thank you so much. You can now take a seat.
Thank you.
And now I'll open it up to the audience. A lot has been shared.
A lot has been shared by the panelists, but you can also refer to the presentations we had in the morning. What are your opinions? What is adding up? What's not adding up? What can we do right after this dialogue? I want to start with you, and I want to be gender sensitive in this question session. So I see two ladies up. I hope that gentlemen, you're thinking about raising your hands as well. But I'll start with a lady.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Nahabi Elizabeth from the Gender Commission Sports. For me, mine goes to Faith. Coming from the workers' union, I expected the employer's representative to be in this room, but unfortunately we didn't see any. But I want to relate the two organizations and focusing on the issue of gender-based violence, because these two organizations need to work together to ensure that they actually mitigate or really erase the issue of gender-based violence from organizations. Because looking at the employers' organization, I believe they are the parents of the employers, and they really need to enforce and advocate for gender-based violence issues at workplaces. But also the workers' organization has to come out and, sensitize the workers. How are the two organizations working together to see that they mitigate these issues? Because when you look at like she was saying, some of the organizations don't open the doors for the workers' union to come in and work out a collective bargaining agreement, mechanism. But in the event that all this happened, they close the doors out. And I want to say some of these organizations, like you're saying, you have a member organization. Some of them get to these organizations and they're actually compromised. So in the compromise, you find that some of the collective bargaining issues are not being handled, and the issues to do with gender-based violence continue to raise in those organizations, especially those that have bigger numbers of employees. So while the doors are closed out, what happens? Now the employer organization has to come in and help. The workers' organization has to come in and work together, because now these employees are actually handicapped. So I want really to understand, when do you really enforce? And for me, I was thinking, to the Ministry of Gender, I think government needs to come out and enforce a policy that actually does not allow for these organizations to close you out. Because when they close you out, then they shun away. But we want to see a system where an organization is forced to open the doors and the collective bargaining agreement happens, such that compliance is actually enforced.
Thank you so much. Compliance, compliance, compliance. We can have all these nice policies. I think someone earlier mentioned that we use them to get money. When we need a gender focal person and it's part of the RFP, you're like, oh no, we have. But when it comes to actual implementation, what is happening? So I hear you very strongly. And for Faith, I think we'll respond to that. But also for us as the conveners for the future, to make sure that we do a mapping that brings different organizations into the room. That is taken care of. I'll come back. So I want to take any other question, comment. This side, I will think about it. I'll be coming to you. But for now, I have someone here.
Allow me to stand. Thank you so much, panelists. Mine is more of an inquiry or request for help, because we have a human resource policy, but it's a bit outdated. My request is, or my inquiry is, who can we approach to update our human resource policy on a pro bono level? Yeah. And then also at Uganda Women Parliamentary Association, you are getting new leadership in a few months from now. I also wanted to find out whether it is possible to get someone to train our leaders, especially in the area of human resource, so that when they come, they are more sensitive when they're dealing with the secretariat. Thank you so much.
Yes, at PSFU we have a sector in charge of professional services, and we'll be happy to work with you to train the new members of parliament. Please approach us. Florence Mambea is a membership manager, so please reach out and then we can now work out a relationship. That's part of the service offering we do as the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Gentlemen, I'm glad your hand came up. Please raise your question, and the person you're directing it to, try to face the cameras because we are live streaming. Thank you.
Thanks so much. A very good moderator, Rebecca. Of course, I had to come in to ensure that boy child is not left behind. Or a man child. Mine just a few comments. Mine, I want us to also look in perspective of there's a discussion between human resource structures or policies versus employment or labor policies. Now, of course, most times human resources are developed by management with limited participation of the workers or the victims. And labor laws or workers' laws are developed in a tripartite nature by government, employers, then the parliament, of course, even the workers' representatives. So for me, it's high time we harmonize human resource policies and labor-related laws. In Uganda, we have like 9 labor laws or workers' laws: Employment Act, Workers' Compensation Act, the Labor Union Act, the Health and Safety, the voluntary saving or rather social security laws, and so forth. There are many. So for me, that will help us even in the nature of the structures we are building in workplaces. Because we are talking about joint safety committee, we should be also with the participation of both the workers and the management. But most times those human resource committees are majorly by the management. Then the other thing I also recommend in terms of the commitment, that collective bargaining negotiations and CBAs must have clauses of paid leave for victims of harassment. So leave must be defined broader, not only maternity, paternal. Let's now involve discussion of victims of harassment and violence. Employers must accept they should be given leave. If somebody is battered as coming to work, don't only wait until this person is pregnant to offer leave. Give this person immediately leave to go and rest, to go and seek for counseling, seek treatment, than only leave. And this leave should be paid for. Then, of course, there must also be support to victims of harassment and violence, because it improves relations at work, and that increases productivity. And last, in terms of incentives, you did ask my colleague, Faith. Yes, when there's respect of labor laws or workers' rights at workplace, employers benefit, the private sector benefit. I can give you a case, a strong case study. There is huge respect between the management. There's trust, respect, and sustainability. I can give you there is a company in Hoima. They have spent 2 years without remitting NSSF because of the tea sector, the prices are down. But the trade union and workers' representative convinced them to appreciate what's going on. And yet other companies in tea have closed. But because of the respect and trust they have between workers' representative and the employers and the management, the workers are continuing to work as if nothing has happened. So those are the few things I wanted to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You know, he raises very pertinent points that I think our rapporteur will capture, which for me I think are key for after here. The harmonization between the employment laws and the HR practices. Actually, it's a very strong point. One time, because of the work I do, I was approached by a young woman, and she was trying to negotiate for her employer to support her go to the field with her baby just after maternity leave. And you know, when she tried, she was asked, where is it quoted in the policy? And maybe she went and read the 74 pages of the HR manual, and it was not anywhere. Then she tried to say, but doesn't the Employment Act talk about these things? Read the same, but nowhere. So I think that's one thing that we need to take out of here. For all these things we are talking about, are they entrenched and provided for in the existing laws and guidelines? Interesting view on leave for employees that have experienced harassment. Irene, I don't know if you've come across any organization or any of us that says this employee has reported sexual harassment or any other form of gender-based violence, even at home. Can we give her some days of paid leave? Yeah? you have. Can you speak to that? And then I'll come to you, Faith, to respond to the question.
Okay, without mentioning the organization, in my previous life, that's how we say it, there was a report about an employee who had faced sexual harassment directly with their line manager. Now, it was a little bit sticky because then the evidence had been deleted, if you want to call it. And because of the nature of the roles, we had to involve external lawyers and counselors because within there was a lot of information and it could actually damage the reputation of the organization. So then the organization made a decision, first of all, to allow both employees take what we call garden leave. So they might have looked, some organizations have what you call garden leave, but that garden leave is put in place to describe or to give employees an opportunity to stay away in case there are any sticky issues. And in that garden leave, you continue to receive your salary and all benefits, though you can't define it as annual leave or paternity or sick leave or study leave. During that time, there was opportunity and there was a free environment and safety for both parties to submit their, their, their statements, but also it gave an opportunity for the other employees within the environment to also contribute freely to what was happening. Because then if these employees had stayed, people would have done, like negotiate, please report on my behalf, or intervene or interfere with the investigation. So this garden leave allowed the people in their work environment to certainly report freely and then also give feedback on exactly what was happening. Eventually, because the investigation was not, they did not find either or, the evidence did not find either or guilty, but the organization made a decision to still offer both of them work, but separate them in terms of functions and sites and everything. So they all had to leave that particular site. They all joined different departments at different sites, but they were also offered follow-up counseling, and they were settled back. And to date, they are still working in that organization. So it can actually happen. And when that happened, it restored hope that you do not have to suffer silently. You can speak up, you'll be handled professionally, and you'll not lose your job. And then the person who's also being accused, most recently there's what people say, gaslighting, Sometimes we've been told as women that we do emotional manipulation. You go and cry and tell lies, Sometimes it could be true that you're actually lying just because you want your boss to be what? Fired. But sometimes it is also true that the boss has actually extended those kinds of requests and everything. But why that is done is to protect both parties, that you can still speak out and have a fair hearing, but also if you're innocent, you can still stand your ground, present your data, and you will be exonerated. Why? Because it could actually affect your career for the rest of your life, because these cases are really serious. So, very possible. Thank you.
Very good. When you go back, ask your HR, do you have garden leave here? Huh? I'm going to ask my HR as well when I go back. Garden leave, it's an interesting concept, I think. Emotional manipulation. In my professional world, I think, and I always say this, one of the most emotional and complex cases I've managed were around when a young person reported they had been sexually harassed where we had placed them. It was very complex. So I hear her when she experiences that, but nevertheless, just to let you know, there's always room. There's always a hand somewhere. Speak out, don't die in silence. And when you go back, as we hold this discussion, let your colleagues speak out and not die in silence. There's a listening ear somewhere. For those of you who had the commission agenda, Dr. Angelo speaking that before lunch, she spoke to that. Part of the reason of having this dialogue is to help us as private sector actors to have these conversations and let us know that something can be done. We will be ending our session soon, but I see finally a hand coming from this side, and I want to give you opportunity. So your hand was up? Yes.
Thank you. Mine was
it's a question, and it's a follow-up question to what she submitted. What are those innovative ways that HRs are coming up with to track or to investigate emotional abuse? Because in most cases, when we discuss abuse, we think it is either sexual from the men or physical, something like that. But I want to note that there is also a lot of emotional abuse, and unfortunately, it's from the female bosses. How are we tracking that?
As you spoke, I had people saying yes. So I think that would be part of your parting shots. I'll take her and then come back to you to the panel.
Thank you very much. I wanted to emphasize the issue of data integrity and transparency. Kuku, you remember when we were doing the gender equality seal? It is very challenging sometimes to actually have this information come out from the participants, whilst sometimes victimizing a few parties therein. And I like the way you did it with UNDP, because they ran a survey, which survey was not very easy to bias. Participants were given opportunity to fill in what they felt like filling in, and it was anonymously, but again controlled by a third party. Because when you have the participants in a particular institution filling in this information, which information has to be screened by the institutions themselves, surely you cannot dictate the outcomes. If we can be able to borrow a leaf from what we did when conducting the Gender Seal Initiative, I feel that it can really give us the right results we want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also to recognize that she was part of the team that supported PSF and partners and players for that work on the gender equality seal. Thank you so much. And as you can see, the effects live on, and we still passionately talk about this. And now that you're here, you can see the demand. We should have another version of the program. I'm lobbying, guys. Isn't it a nice thing? Please, she has heard, she'll take the message. Also, allow me to recognize the presence of Hajat Seviara. She's a private sector leader, as we all know her. Thank you so much for coming. Very passionate about private sector development, very passionate about issues of the women. We are so glad to have you, Hajat. I think now there was a hand, and then I need to finish this session in 5 minutes. So I'll try to keep it brief, and then we go to the panel. I don't want to leave anyone behind.
Yeah, I liked the way you are very specific in the ways you try to help the women, especially not giving them night shifts, which is great. You talked of women having husbands and children to take care of. It's great, but that can also be a double-edged sword, because some women don't have husbands or children, or it may be they may have other people looking after them. So I thought maybe it should be more of a safety aspect when you have women working at night, rather than women who have husbands and children. Because those who don't have husbands and children, do they go out to work at night where it's not safe? Then also giving women certain roles is great, but again, stereotyping can be harmful. You know, we have civil engineers now, we have doctors now, we have mechanical engineers, we have mechanics. So when you say women are suited to certain roles, which is great, women are better at certain roles and men are better at others. But then sometimes you may find some women feel that they're being boxed into roles which they're not suited to. I mean, she may prefer to jump on the truck and take the samples than be in the lab. So it's perfect having that, but then just we need to be conscious that sometimes we may fix women in roles and then they get afraid to speak up and say, you know what, I'd rather be on the truck, or I can't take a night shift. Everyone is like, but you're not married, you don't have kids, so why can't you work at night? So some of these things, I think we just need to be a little bit careful in how we frame them.
Very strong point. Agree with you 102%. I think, yeah, and you know, someone working with the sector, and I've had opportunity to work with the younger women, they're so open to the world, right? But then you also have to be careful about safety issues. But yes, it's about how we balance the two, but most importantly, have the women's voice in terms of choice. We believe in choice of what they want to do. I'll now come to you, the panel. Simon over there was already waving, so I hope we can use 1 minute each to finish this. Irene, you have a question to respond to as part of your parting shots, and so you, Humphrey, and Faith, and then of course Namboze. So I'll start with you, Faith, and then I'll move to the end.
Okay, thank you so much again for the opportunity, and thank you for the brilliant input that you gave us. Yes, we have a tool in place that we are utilizing. Currently, we are working with the Federation of Uganda Employers, specifically on, we have a memorandum of understanding. So in most cases, when we are collectively bargaining or when we are negotiating salaries, the Employers Federation presides. It chairs the meeting between us and the company, or the meeting between us and the employer. So it also cuts across, because the MOU deals internally so much on issues of violence and harassment. And we sat together, we worked on a specific policy together with them, and that policy is cutting across all companies where we are represented. Of course, you've talked about the fact that what happens if people are not represented. They are marginalized, which makes it a really big question also for us to push to the Ministry of Gender to advocate, not advocate, but to push a majority of the companies to come and force, because many of them are pushing away the unions, and it's really, really relevant in the industrial sector, where we've done a lot of mapping of different companies. And especially, I don't want to be segregative in a way, but a majority of the Chinese companies don't adhere to the labor laws of the country, which is a very concerning aspect to us as well. And then we are doing a lot of sensitizing of workers at the branch level. But the branch level, I mean at the shop floor, at the factory level. So we always make sure that we speak to the workers so that they're aware of their rights at work and how well best they can move. Compromised, yes. Of course, there exists a lot of yellow unions. We call them yellow unions, unions that are briefcase in nature, unions that have been personalized in nature. They are there. But of course, then it takes you as a person also to be a person of due diligence. Take your due diligence, take your time to know which union you represent, which union you belong to and where your representation falls, which is very, very important. The last one I would say is, yes, some point that came from the data integrity that really makes very many people keep away from reporting in that instance. We've had several cases of women fearing to report. We had a sodomy case in one of the textile industries in the country, and the worker reported this case, but they have been victimized to the max. Up to now, she has never received her justice. So by parting shot, I would like to request the private sector, everybody who is here, if you have a factory, please endeavor to accept the union of choice, to unionize and to also collectively bargain, so that we have safer working places and everything moves as per. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Thank you, Faith. Open up the doors. 1 minute, each of my panelists. Over to Humphrey. Then you pass it over to Namboze.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us. For discussions, we can have a bilateral talk. But yes, all of us here panelists, we also pick lessons, and I have picked this. In most cases, we have to give, even in the adverts, we always tell people youth and women are encouraged to. So we are intentional, okay, in our employment and in our recruitment. Just to make sure we don't box them into things that they cannot do or they think they can jump to the track other than being in the laboratory. I really appreciate that. And just my parting shots, not only sexual, but moral, and I liked what she submitted. Please, let's not only think that young boys. I worked in Tanzania, and one of my nursing school heads were the woman, and she tortured 2 students in different years. She was very fervent in torture. So she really harassed these young men. But what we did is we had anonymous emails, and we had different ways of reporting, and you might not know where it has come from. So somehow when the trend were catching the same person, we got her. Not red-handed, but everything was pointing to her. And so we got her. and she couldn't explain what, so we had to let her go. But also in that particular employment, I was finance manager of 7 hospitals, and I was only employing girls and women in pharmacy, outpatient, whatever. And they told me, you are very gender insensitive. How can you only employ women? Me, I thought I was gender sensitive. Until I had to start slowly by slowly. So what I can tell you as we part short is whatever we are thinking about or whatever we have shared, let's pick a lesson, and I would say start it. Don't start big, eh? So I would say start it, start small, but start now. What have I said? You start it, you start small, and start now. And before you know the baby steps, we shall get there with these doctors coming. I thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. Start. If there's anything you must remember, please go and start. Over to Nambozi.
Thank you so much. Truly, as he has said, this was still a learning opportunity to us as well. And in my closing remarks, we know all that HR is responsible for employees, but I've come to realization from several reports around that I don't know whether it's a stereotype, I stand to be corrected, but there is a lot of lack of confidentiality in the HR where it is supposed to be. So they are not serving safety. So people are literally scared to come to the HR to report these issues. I don't know how that will be treated. And us in Women in Construction and Infrastructure Uganda, we are mostly now dealing with the mindset change and also helping women in construction to know their rights and also to train them to not only serve at these beginning levels, but to be able to serve at the executive levels, to stand up for their work, to speak in boardrooms, to be confident. And I'm also happy for this particular event. I've always heard that Uganda, we have the best policies, but implementation is the worst. And I'm very happy that today we have policies and the discussion is about implementing them. And I cannot be happy enough for this. And finally, I urge all of us here that as we go back to our companies, let us not just be saying how we reach down there. We're already ambassadors in this place. Let us move this down. Let us guide wherever we are able to. We have opportunities to speak. Let us guide to ensure that this discussion and implementation is cascaded down to the beneficiaries. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you again. You are such a great community. We enjoyed sharing with you. As I close out, I just want to first of all answer her question. You all have heard about the HR bill that is coming. Have you heard? So the reason why that bill was put up is we want to make sure that the people that are practicing as HR practitioners have the right qualifications. The reasons why we have ups and downs is because we've had people that have failed in finance and have been pushed into HR. When they fail in engineering, they push them to, I like to say HR is a science, okay? You can have all the resources, but the only thing that makes a difference for any organization is the human resources. You'll have the technology, you'll have the finances, but there can only be one Irene, isn't it? There can only be one Rebecca. So we are saying the people that head these functions must be trained. Now, to answer her question, when these people are trained, we have techniques of sensing that there is trouble in the what? In the organization, because we are trained psychologists, people. Like the doctors, they will look at you and they know that when your eyes are red or when your eyes are yellow, it is a sign of some system within the body is actually failing. So as trained psychologists, it's not that we can look at you, but we have tools. And I just want to mention one tool where you can pick up such issues. You've all heard of engagement surveys, right? And some people try and deflect away from them, but engagement surveys usually do a deep stick and give you the entire feel of what's happening within the organization. You find people not answering questions or answering questions in a way that shows that they're actually being stepped on or they are being harassed. You know, I can't work with my line manager, I don't have a safe environment to share my thoughts or whatever. That means they're usually underlying issues. And when you do your engagement surveys and then you get the feedback and you do your focus group discussions, some of these issues will actually come up. But the other things that organizations are doing, I don't know whether you've heard of the employee assistance programs. Now, under the medical health, if you are enrolling your employees on your health insurance, today we have these health insurances giving that as an additional component. It is outside the organizations and employees can actually call those anonymous lines and then they can go and seek help. Now, without necessarily telling you who is reporting, they just give a general report that, you know, we have about 10 clients that are seeing counselors and these are the issues. So you're able to understand that in the organization we actually have some issues under the employee assistance program where employees have gone out to seek for help because they're either being harassed or they have either issues or gender-based violence issues that they are facing within their homes, and then they get the right assistance through these programs, and then they're able to give you back the productivity. So as I leave, I just want to encourage you to find out your why. When your why as an organization is defined, then you're able to start with your baby steps like all of us have mentioned. And then ask your colleagues, ask PSFU for the tools because these tools are available. And now we have AI. Please don't Google and paste AI. But AI can actually, good AI tools will give you the tools that you can use, but double check and make sure you're aligned, and then you'll be able to thrive. We look forward to celebrating you at the different PSFU forums where they celebrate such employers. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Irene. Thank you. Panel, a hand clap for the panel. A better hand clap for my panel. There's some people are not clapping for the panel. A hand clap for the panel. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, for giving us your knowledge on this topic this afternoon. And for you, the audience, thank you so much for engaging. You know, I do moderate sessions, but sometimes you see people on TikTok, WhatsApp, emails, but I can assure you all of you are very alert, very involved, very attentive, and I want to thank you for that. It gives me hope that you actually enjoyed the session and how we hope that you go and put this into practice. As Erin has mentioned, we want to see organizations transformed, and as an institution, we exist to serve you as the private sector. Should you have any calls, any need, any inquiries, reach out to us at our office on Nakasero Road. We'll now end it here, and thank you so much. We are going to have a group photo for our session, and then we'll wait for the rest of the group to convene. So kindly come to the front with our panelists, and then we take a group photo. Thank you. Our group is taking a group photo. Session 2 group photo. Yes, for the record. Kindly come to the front. Yes, right here. Kindly rise up for the group photo, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, men and women, how it's going to work. Let's try to create an L. Maybe we should go behind this. Yeah? Let's move the table behind, and then we'll have a few people sitting. We'll have a panel seat with Sarah and Hajat Sebiara, and then in the middle, and then, okay? Yes. I've been asked by the board vice chairperson that I should also sit, so I will also take the honor to sit. You know, these things don't easily come, right? So, okay. Let's try to do this very fast so that we can reconvene with the rest.
very candid and, should I say, up-close conversations that I am very sure could have driven home the point that we were desperately trying to put across throughout the earlier session in the morning, and you just nipped it in an hour or two because you were uptight in smaller groups and speaking candidly. So allow me call the room to order so that we can now start the process of closure. The process of closure is going to be a very short one, but first it would be nice if we can, for a couple of minutes, maybe 4 to 5, to allow a cross-pollination of what could have been discussed in your respective sessions, so that we don't have some session attendees suffering from what the Gen Zs prefer to call FOMO, which is the fear of missing out. So we will try to ensure that the moderators of the 3 respective panels, in no particular order, let me invite Rebecca, Natasha, and Laura to come and take these seats before us. And then we shall use a tour de table that will be determined by you. Now that I have these incredible ladies, Natasha, Laura, and Rebecca, I don't see any eyes of concern in the audience, as it would have been if that was James, Peter, and Paul in a room that had you, because we are always accused of having manels. They are no longer called panels, but they are called manels. So I am now going to invite Dr. Lawrence Egulu, Commissioner, Employment Services at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to come and add some color, literally, to this picture. Is it that bad that he doesn't deserve a hand clap, really? He's here sending me complaints bitterly. And he's saying, because I'm a man, maybe. No, Dr. Lawrence, it's okay. They haven't clapped for me either. And I didn't complain, so we share in this. Now that we have our panel constituted, I am going to say we go by session numbers, right? So session 1, which was moderated by Laura, you have exactly, and my clock is going to be counting, 5 minutes. Wait a minute, I just did this, and my colleague of sign language had another side. So I don't know whether he's communicating the same thing I intended to communicate. I meant she's going to wrap up. Am I? Very good. Now I get you. So Laura, wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simon. So let me start appreciating the panelists and of course all the participants in session 1, but I'm going to call them just to stand for recognition and appreciation. So we have Joan Atuhairwe from Afrijan, a youth-led organization. We have Eric Tumwesije from Makerere University, Gender Mainstreaming Directorate. We had Madame Hope Kabarungi from UPDF, and we had Anita Batenga from IPA, and we had Diana from UBOS. Oh, now as in your side. So please allow me to ask you for a big round of applause for my panelists. Our breakout session 1 was on technology-facilitated GBV, and I think the key takeaway that we have from our session is that we know more, and I'm going to quote Madame Mona from the morning, the keynote address. She called to us that if we end up the day knowing more, we should also do more. So I'm going to summarize the recommendations to ensure that now that we know more, we can act accordingly. So from the youth-led organization from Afrian, Joanne gave us a description of what young people is experiencing on technology-facilitated GBV. She explained to us that young people they prefer digital jobs. They prefer to use social media and technology. And because of that preference, they are further exposed to digital violence and technology-facilitated violence. She also explained to us that this has very serious consequences, especially regarding trauma and mental health consequences. Madame Diana from UBOS explained to us that there was already a survey, the Violence Against Women and Girls survey in 2021, that had already questions that we can refer to in terms of data and evidence to inform policy decisions and to inform what should be the tailored interventions on technology-facilitated GBV. And Diana shared with us very alarming statistics on technology-facilitated GBV. She tells us, and I hope I took the right notes, Diana, that 86% of women have experienced technology-facilitated GBV, that out of them, 8 out of 10, they have experienced that they have shared images without their consent. Let me repeat, 8 out of 10 women have experienced that someone has shared images of them without their consent. That statistics is 80% of women. It's very high. They have also tell us that 1 out of 5, they have received unwanted sexual comments, 20%. And another alarming statistic is that young women that are aged 18 to 30 years old, they are twice likely to suffer technology-facilitated GBV. Regarding the perpetrators, we know that 35% are strangers that are reaching out and exercising this violence without knowing the victim, the survivor. 28% are friends, are well-known friends that are having those unwanted messages or sharing those videos or photos. 7% are family members, and 3% are romantic partners. So, as I mentioned, we know more than we had before. We also had good practices that have been shared in the breakout session, especially from Makerere University. Eric has shared with us the different interventions that Makerere University has put in place, starting with a safeguarding policy that establishes sexual harassment investigation committees, but also other awareness-raising initiatives, such identification of champion students to create awareness across the different campus, as well as sexual harassment focal points that are in charge of investigations, among other initiatives that Makerere is taking forward. However, I would like to emphasize that Eric highlighted the importance of working with higher education institutions. Young people, when they reach university, for most of the young people, is the first time where they are exposed to free internet that they can start to consume as they wish for the time that they wish without any control. Just to clarify that Makerere has some measures to ensure that some of the websites are not accessible within the Makerere free internet. But of course, we know that with 1,000 they can buy a lot of data, and they can then use and visit some of those websites that are banned by Makerere University. So it's, I think, let me quote Eric, saying that in universities, the digital revolution is where it starts. So let's look at higher education institutes to ensure that additional investments and mitigation measures are put in place. In addition to these good practices from UPDF, Madam Hope also shared with us the gaps in terms of law enforcement. There is need to ensure harmonization of the different laws, Penal Code, Data Protection Act, and there are already existing initiatives such as the Sexual Offences Bill that is trying to include regulations for cyber harassment and other technology-facilitated GBV crimes. There are also other initiatives from the police and jail law sector, for example, the Family Protection Unit that is in charge of gender-based violence. They have received training and capacity building to understand what is technology-facilitated GBV and what are the expectations in terms of taking action on technology-facilitated GBV. They have also received training on a collection of evidence and forensics for technology-facilitated GBV. And the most important area that I think Madam Hope was highlighting was in terms of the role of the jail law sector on raising awareness, ensuring that they communicate what are these crimes about and what are the measures in terms of prosecution and justice related to it. I think she emphasized that it's really important that the information reaches the citizens, girls and boys, at the earliest age possible, so they know from the very beginning what are the risks, how to protect themselves, and how to support each other in terms of prevention. And finally, we ended with what we were called to, that are the key recommendations. Key recommendations for the private sector, but also key recommendations for the government and other stakeholders. For the recommendations to the private sector, all the participants, not only the panelists, they suggested that private sector should invest on reporting channels that are safe for the victims to report. They also recommended that especially the digital center private sector, such MTN, Airtel, and other companies, should ensure they invest on innovations like development of apps to ensure safe reporting by the different survivors. And the third recommendation to the private sector is to ensure that they focus some of the corporate social responsibility on supporting the communities and their customers for reporting in a safe manner. Regarding other recommendations to the government and other stakeholders, I think I mentioned already about the government, the need to ensure harmonization of laws and policies, especially now the National Action Plan on GBV2 with the Penal Code and other laws. They need to ensure that there is special provisions for technology-facilitated GBV. Number two, there is a call for awareness and training. The participants reacted to the panelists in terms of most of us here that we are educated people, we don't know what is technology-facilitated GBV. There were examples that for some of us around the table, examples were not TFGBV, but for other, and as per the law, that was cyberbullying and cyber harassment. So there is need to really enhance awareness and training. I think the team also highlighted that we need to fight against normalization of those jokes, of those unwanted comments that women receive. And finally, the third recommendation for the government is to keep scaling and investing further on Sauti and the Survivor Center response services to ensure that they reach all survivors in the quality and the standards that are required, considering that there are gaps in that regard. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Laura. I think she deserves a hand clap. Those who are not clapping are the ones who are demanding for sensitization seminars around the understanding of what technology-enabled gender-based violence. It's not so. I see you, those who are not clapping. The ones who want to be taught that technology enhances this, and yet they were never taught how to use the mobile phones and other gadgets that they use perpetuate the abuse. Because many of you are very tech savvy on your phones. Who taught you? You know the old saying, ignorance is what? No defense. Aha. That said, Laura, really, thank you so much for putting that across. And I hope that the next session, where it's session number 2, talking about workplace sexual harassment, prevention and response, can nail it even more succinctly. So I invite you, Rebecca, and the clock starts now.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to make sure that we are all still alert. We had very useful conversations and mind tickling in session 2. Allow me to ask our panelists to rise up and just wave to the audience. Panelists in session 2, I know one of them has left. Thank you so much. I think he has also left. But we had a diverse panel that came, from different organizations, associations, National Organization of Trade Unions, individual women entrepreneurs with the construction sector, but also practicing human resource practitioners. And of course, based on our thematic area of discussion, we had a mixed feeling in terms of whether workplaces in the private sector actually have policies or not. I think for most of them, they are saying the policies in place, but they're also just not being implemented. But for some of the sectors, it was clear that even these policies are not there. So which makes the gap even wider. And for me, that's one of the things that we'd like to take forward after this dialogue in terms of how do we support all the private sector companies as a bare minimum to actually have these policies and guidelines. There was a discussion around sexual harassment, and one of the things that came out was the emotional nature that sex comes with. And then we also had a concept around emotional manipulation, especially when we're investigating sexual harassment cases. And that calls us as practitioners, as managers, to actually be informed and be able to know whether it's manipulation or it's a real lived experience. And you can only attain that if you have been trained and you're a professional. Another key voice that came out is that all these things we're talking about in the room are very nice, they are doable, but they can only happen when we have leadership commitment. And so for the private sector leaders here, or if you're presenting your leader, we hope that you can go back and ask them to commit to this discussion. That came out, but also as an area of support for the conveners on how do we actually support the private sector to bring the leadership teams on board to sign onto this agenda. We also mentioned that there's an issue of bias in terms of what women can do and what women cannot do, especially in sectors that are male-dominated. And while there are different forms of harassment that also emerge. We're discussing policies and guidelines and the implementation, and one of the members said, what if the perpetrator is actually the owner of the business? How do these policies come into play? And that builds into the first point on having leadership commitment, but also ensuring that there's compliance and enforcement of these laws. That point later on ran to the discussion around, for all these policies that are in place, who is monitoring, who is enforcing compliance? And the GANs pointed to the role of the ministry in terms of ensuring compliance of these existing laws. We know by the current national laws, organizations are required to have these anti-sexual harassment policies in place. And yes, they are there for purposes of applying for grants, for purposes of certification. The companies will tick all the boxes. But how is the implementation happening, and how are we monitoring compliance? That came out also as one of the strong voices. Of course, we had a representative of the trade unions, and so when we spoke continuously around advocacy, there were issues on the complex nature of association and the fact that most of these private sector companies are actually closing doors for institutions to sensitize their employees, and that makes it even hard, and particularly for local investors and multinational companies. And so as we do the work on making private sector sexual harassment and violence free, this is going to be very important in terms of having this. For most of the associations, it appeared that for private sector companies that belong to associations have more gender-related policies than those who don't. Because, for example, we heard from the Grain Council that they've made it mandatory for all their members to have these policies. At least if you must get a recommendation letter from them, you need to show that you're doing something in terms of inclusiveness, sexual harassment, and gender-based violence support mechanism, which is a good thing. So for those companies that don't belong to associations, they are less compliant and less effective in terms of having these policies. So they also mentioned they have codes of conduct. So if you're an association, I think that's a good practice. A code of conduct that you sign on to as members, also having gender focal persons. There was discussion in the team that having gender focal persons alone is not enough, but they need to make sure that we let them do their jobs, but also support them effectively. One of the other striking points that came out was knowing which jobs women can do and the ones they can't do, like 9 shifts. And then there was another following discussion on stereotypes. So what we want to be gender sensitive and say women can't work in night shifts, we should be careful to make sure that a woman who feels like they can actually do that, they are not closed out. So the point around women's voices and their participation for me very became critical. You know, one interesting thing is that a point would come up and then would have a counter to make sure that the entire discussions are gender sensitive. Actually, one of the other, of course from the morning, we talked about the gender equality seal for private enterprises that the PSFU and other partners under Spotlight Initiative did. And we had a commendation from the team for those who are part of this program and a call to actually revive this and support more private sector companies to have the gender equality seal and apply some of the tools that we use like the staff engagement survey, because this gives employees opportunity and a more confidential space to speak out. We take that also as an action. My last 2 points are on the issues raised around the harmonization of what is in the human resource policies for private sector companies vis-a-vis what is in the national laws. I think a lot of support is needed there. Companies are putting issues in guidelines which are not in line with the national laws. So at the end of the day, even when we think a policy is in place, a guideline is in place, it does not ultimately address issues around sexual harassment and abuse. Leave for employees who have experienced harassment. We came across a new form of leave. It's called garden leave. So if an employee in your company has reported they've been harassed and some level of emotional harm has actually been experienced, there are some institutions that are allowing for garden leave as the institution actually do the investigations. We think this is a very good one. You may go back and ask your HR, do you have garden leave in this company? And then see, because in our discussions, we believe it's one of the preventive measures in terms of supporting victims that have experienced different forms of gender-based violence. That said, we came up with the following key 5 recommendations. One is the enforcement of employment laws that relate to ending gender-based violence and sexual harassment in the workplace. In this dialogue, we are keen to have with the Ministry of Gender in the picture, and I think this is something that we need to take on. The harmonization of content in policies between the HR manuals and national laws. When we're putting this dialogue together, I know Commissioner Ngulus kept talking about, can we ask these companies to come with their laws? It would be nice, and the policies, it would be nice to see the content. So it's not just a nice book that's branded, presented for evaluation, but what exactly is in the content. Third recommendation is to apply tools that get staff views and measure the temperature. And the 2 last ones is let the right people do the work in the HR profession. Someone said, usually in our private companies, we get a relative to the HR, any other person without professionalizing, and this affects output. And lastly, in our team, we agreed to do 3 things. Start now, and start now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca Kundakwe from the PSFU, but also the moderator for session number 2. I think the session deserves a hand clap that's commensurate. They resolved, they had a call to action. Start now, start anyway. I at least overheard them saying the beginning may be small, but it will be big. And then, of course, the other part on your HR professionals. HR professionals, just in case this may give you some comfort, yours is not the only place where they dump whoever fails elsewhere. If you are in any doubt, you are the same HR people that dump every other failure into communications. So I am glad that someone is paying you back in your same currency. But that said, you also did mention something about that question. If the owner of the business is the gross perpetuator of GBV, what happens? Yeah, it started reminding me of those old statements we make, casually speaking, in our local settings. You hear someone saying, "Namunswa, aria kunswaze." You know. If you pick now those who understand the local dialect, you understand that the context may vary in terms of meaning, but those are the kind of adages and proverbs and sayings that perpetuate some of these things. Now the question is, in trying to avoid them, are we losing our authentic self? And whose standard are we looking at? So that means the jury is still out there. These conversations are not stopping here. We are going to continue having them because someone is going to come back with a pushback and say, you're asking us to behave in a manner that is not the way we normally behave here. And that is also a valid point. So let's park that and know that the conversations will continue. So there's quite a lot of work. And Natasha, that said, talking about a lot of work, you went in with session number 3 that was talking about women's economic empowerment. People believe women have become so economically empowered that now it's working against the empowerment of the other gender. But that's another conversation for another day. Share with us what you had in terms of conversations in session 3, and then we go on next. The clock starts now.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me now. So like the other panelists, I'd like to recognize the panelists that we had for the Women's Economic Empowerment discussion. I think some of them have already left the room, unfortunately, but for those who are still here, we had Commissioner, who is here on the stage. We had Rita Achiro over here. We had Julian, I'm going to mispronounce this, apologies, Adieli, who I think has had to leave. She's a woman entrepreneur running Delight. And we had Prosi Namubiru from Centenary Bank. So thank you very much to all of the panelists and of course to all of the people that joined us in the room for the discussion. So I'm going to try my best to keep this short because I know that time is not on our side. But we had a wide-ranging discussion about women's economic empowerment and trying to link women's economic empowerment to the issue of gender-based violence, because while they can be seen as two standalone issues, they're also very intimately connected as well. So we started off with Commissioner laying the scene for us and setting the scene quite bare when we look at some of the statistics related to women's participation in the economy, for example. He highlighted, for example, that there's still in Uganda a big gender pay gap, which can also give rise to greater vulnerabilities in terms of the potential for violence. He noted also that in terms of NEET, so those that are not in education, employment, or training, they are predominantly made up of women. So 57% of the categorization of NEET are women. He noted as well that when it comes to contracts, and this is really quite a startling statistic, 67% of the contracts that are held by women in employment are informal. They are oral contracts. They are not written contracts. So you can very clearly see the link there or the potential vulnerability for exploitation or for violence. So that one really stuck out for me. And also 60% of jobs in this country also come through connections. So when we think about that, that's perpetuating access to economic opportunities or otherwise based on who you know or the opportunities that your family members perhaps or those in your circles may have had access to before you. He also highlighted that we therefore need to be very intentional about creation of jobs and creation of economic opportunities, both in the sort of formal employment sense, but also when we look at things like internships. And taking all of these statistics into account, it's really important that when we create jobs, we're also thinking about the enabling environment, or the disenabling environment, if we can call it that, when it relates to potential for gender-based violence. We then heard from Rita Chiro, who's the Executive Director for UONET, who reminded us, and I think this is a very important point, that economic empowerment is not, or does not mean immunity to gender-based violence, but it does give options. And so this is a really crucial point, I think, when it comes to looking at the intersection between gender-based violence and women's economic empowerment. She also highlighted that through some of the experience that UONET has had for many, many years looking at the prevention or response to gender-based violence, the different organizations have been enabling access, for example, to women's shelters. But they realized that often the same women were coming back. They were in perpetual cycles of violence. And so it was really important that through the women's shelters, they also build in economic empowerment opportunities so that, exactly as she said, the women then have more choices to be able to extract themselves from situations of violence. But she also called for the fact that there needs to also be greater financial literacy, particularly amongst women, and training also on voice and agency, because it's only once we have all of these taken into account that women are really properly empowered and can speak and know their rights and are empowered to claim those rights as well. And that's where we see that there's a catalyst for gender-based violence prevention through women's economic empowerment. We heard from Julian Adieli, as who I mentioned is a woman entrepreneur with her predominant business in Noya, and she looks at issues in the agribusiness space. And she talked a little bit about some of the work that she does with grassroots women, and particularly about when it looks at, creating inclusive and safe workplaces environment, the importance of listening to the women, providing a space for women to be able to bring the challenges that they face, being able to look then at collective solutions about how some of the underlying factors that may be creating an environment that is allowing gender-based violence or sexual harassment to occur, and finding ways to address that. She also spoke about the fact that it's really important for women to know their rights, and particularly for her working a lot with grassroots women around the country, making sure that women know what their rights are and how to access their rights, and also the way that they're able to access their own economic opportunities, be that through micro businesses or other avenues. And underscoring all of this as well is the fact that education is incredibly important in claiming women's rights and their ability to also then speak out against violence. So finally, then we heard from Centenary Bank, where Prosy outlined a number of the initiatives that Centenary Bank has to create gender-responsive safeguards within their financing models. She noted that a lot of the time when people are accessing loans at the last minute, when they really need money, they're not necessarily reading the fine print. They're not necessarily asking the questions that they need to be asking, and that's a lot of the reason why people are then defaulting perhaps on their loans, or if they're not sure what they're signing up for, then that creates the potential for greater problems. So for that, they've been looking at product design, looking at different ways that, for example, they can seek collateral, such as looking at group guarantees rather than some of the traditional collateral. She spoke about the fact that the bank is looking into things like the spousal consent and barriers that may come from that, looking at perhaps reducing the caps or capping those requirements. She also spoke about the issue of gender biases and unconscious biases, so training officers within the bank that if a woman comes in seeking a loan, not to have the unconscious bias that suggests, well, okay, this woman's not going to be able to furnish that loan, or she shouldn't have access to that loan. So trying to make sure that the frontline tellers are also more aware of some of these issues. I think just to sum up the discussion, as we say, it's a very wide-ranging topic, and we probably could have spoken about it all day. But one thing that came out in the end is that there is a lot that's being done in this space. And again, access to knowledge is power. There's a lot that's being done in this space, and something that we need to be better at as a collective of organizations from different subsects of society, government, UN agencies, private sector, civil society, is sharing knowledge between us. Because through that, we can collectively strengthen some of the good practices and share in some of the challenges that are being faced.
I need a louder hand clap than that. Thank you, Natasha, for that. I think you did some great justice to that conversation, and I think it benefits many of us who are not in that session. If for nothing else, tell you that situations continue to change. Previously, I'll tell you, when you would be prospecting for a second-hand car, and we call it second-hand really out of nomenclature, you're usually the 6th or 7th owner here, so much that in the old logbooks, some cars you'd fail to get where to put your name because the transfers have taken all the space. But one of their biggest marketing lines would always be, this car was being driven by a lady, meaning it's impeccably taken care of, things are okay with it, it's spick and span. I'm not so sure you can say the same nowadays. And previously, the same can be said in banks. They were always prone to lending ladies because they knew that the honesty of ladies was up there. And for the most part, they didn't ask for spousal consent because then that would expose this process to the other dishonest party in this whole thing. And now, again, the jury is still out there. Conversations are going on. Society evolves. So let's keep the conversations going. Now I have the pleasure to invite Madam Sarah Kajingo from the Private Sector Foundation, the Vice Chairperson of the Board, to come and give us your wrapping words as a partner to this conversation, having partnered with UNFPA, the Government of Uganda through Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and you, the Private Sector Foundation. And after your remarks, I will then request that you take the honors to, in a cascading manner, to invite Commissioner, none other than Commissioner Lawrence Egulu of Employment Services of the Ministry of Gender and Labour and Social Development, to bring a close to today's session. And that therefore means these are my closing remarks. It's been a pleasure having you in the audience. I hope that we can be present together in the same room, having these conversations another time. God bless.
Thank you, Simon, our program director. Stand up, cheers. Some energy. It's been a delightful day, isn't it? Cheers, cheers. One side, wave. Cheer up, fantastic. You may resume your seats. So it's been very heartwarming to listen in this afternoon to many of you leaders of business and what you're doing to make your workplaces safe. I listened in this afternoon to the Grain Council, to the Women in Construction, to DFCU, and to the fact that we have done some introspection and acknowledged that we are not yet there. We are all learning. So this, today, I would be remiss if I did not extend once again our gratitude to our partners, to our very valued partners, the Government of the Republic of Uganda, and especially the Ministry of Gender, UNFPA, and UN Women. Thank you so much. But also to thank you all for leaving your businesses, your work, to come and share your views, but also learn. Now, but I should acknowledge Commissioner Dr. Lawrence Egulu here on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Commissioner Dr. Angela Nakafero, thank you so much. So as we come to a close, we have engaged in critical discussions. I was taking my own notes, so we have interrogated evidence and experience. We have reflected on the reality that globally, over 20% of workers experience violence and harassment. And in Uganda, verbal abuse alone accounts to 84%. So, but I'll tell you a short story. I seldom say that I was a student leader at Uganda's premier university many years ago. So, elected as guild president, I was plunged into the deep end. Suddenly, every young lady who was experiencing GBV at the university approached me. Sometimes, and you know GBV has consequences. I had to accompany my friends, those I didn't know at a personal level, to hospitals late in the night without a budget. So you can imagine the consequences of GBV. And back then, we did not even understand this. So you find students back then don't want their parents to know. They are being victimized, silenced, no confidentiality, until one time I broke down, convened a press conference, and condemned this. But I was suspended by the university for 3 months. So you can imagine, I understand firsthand the sensitivities around harassment in schools, in universities, and at workplaces. And as a leader for so many years, and now as the vice chair of the board of Private Sector Foundation, I have learned a few things, that the tone is set at the top. I told you this morning that yes, we have an HR unit, but we also have a gender equality committee headed by our gender specialist. She's been here, Rebecca. She's here, oh yes. And you know, Rebecca is so professional that she maintains confidentiality. But we have another layer. For sure, we know that if there are issues that HR has not resolved, the Gender Equality Committee, headed by a gender specialist of Rebecca's caliber, with many years of experience, will surely do something. However, if they are unable, you're free to approach the People and Culture Committee at the board level. So, but again, with experience, you must also conduct yourself as a leader in a way that can be trusted, that people do know. So don't throw your teams under the bus at the slightest mistake. The moment you do that, how will they then come to you over issues such as the boss is harassing them? So the tone is what? Is set at the top. So for me, I'm so delighted to have had the opportunity to listen in to our specialists and to each one of you, and you've been very, very candid with your experiences. We have also aligned ourselves with the principles of International Labour Organization and the obligations under the ILO Convention number 190, and of course, we've already commended government for having ratified this. But these, it takes courage, it takes support for one to seek help. Earlier, somebody asked me, on my way here, I shared the flyer of this event on my WhatsApp status. And so somebody asked me, why have you framed this as safe, respectful, and survivor-centered workplaces? Why not survival-centered workplaces? So you can imagine how much awareness we are yet to do. And I had to take a minute to text back and say, you do not survive at a workplace. You should thrive at a workplace. However, what this means is that such workplaces that are survivor-centered will not throw people under the bus. They will not blame victims. They will give you a listening ear. They will not silence victims. And that's why today was themed that way. So, but I know that we have listened to so many speeches and we have to run. I will conclude by saying that ending violence in the world of work is not a single action. It's a continuous commitment to building systems, strengthening people, and holding ourselves accountable. You remember the triple Ps? Away from the triple bottom line, Rebecca has been very, very generous, and I've learned the triple Ps from her. Anyone else remembers that there is an intersection between workplace safety and 1, performance, 2, productivity, 3, profitability. So clearly, dear companies in this room, we have made a business case for workplace safety, for workplace respect. May your businesses thrive. May your people thrive. I have my own personal thoughts about human resources. You know, in organizations, you have finance as a resource, physical assets as chairs, as resources. So when we say human resources, for long this has been abused. A human being taken just as another physical asset. Yet we are human beings with emotions. So it's about time we approach people and culture from that perspective that we are human beings. I thank you so much and thank you for coming. Thank you very much. It's now my distinct honor to invite Commissioner Dr. Lawrence Egulu here on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender to close our very productive day. Thank you so much and you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Sarah. A round of applause to you, Sarah. And I'm the only one in this room who is allowed to call her Sarah just by first name. And you will know why. As she has already said, she was a guild president. Now, the problem is that she was a guild president much after I'd left university. So that means she's younger than me, and therefore I can call her Sarah. But all of you, you should call her Madam Kajingo. Now, in my days at university, it was much tougher than when she was guild president. In my days, I don't know if you know somebody called Norbert Mao. Okay, there was that gentleman. Now, his protagonist, may his soul rest in peace, was somebody called Colonel Noble Mayombo. So there was a huge, that was real politics at university. Now, some of us were the noisemakers. I will not tell you who I was supporting, but I'm sure you can guess who I was supporting at that point, who eventually became guild president, and now he's Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. So that was a difficult time we had at Makerere. But Sarah, thank you for the leadership, and now continuing with it to the leadership of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. Mr. David Chibenge is not here, so he asked me to step in his shoes. He is meeting with the World Bank. The meeting has been on since morning. The World Bank is bringing in quite a bit of resources into the sector in as far as ensuring that, among other things, women economic empowerment is realized in Uganda. So he asked me to step in, also because this idea of this gathering was a brainchild of Dr. Angela and I. We have 10 departments in the ministry, and Angela heads Gender and Women Affairs. I head Employment Services. So we wanted to handle gender-based violence from those two dimensions. You know, gender-based violence happens in different settings. It can happen in a home, in a church, in a school, in a refugee setting, in a host community, in a shop, in many places. But we decided to narrow it down to the workplace. You know, how can we handle gender-based violence at the workplace? And so that coffee, tea, which the two of us had together, then went into approaching UNFPA and UN Women, and they thought we had some good ideas. And then we went further and said, but who are the ones who create jobs? It's the private sector. Government, we are simply there to dance around, bring laws, put policies in place, which we don't implement. But the people who really implement are the private sector. So we thought, let's bring in the PSFU. And, you know, Sarah, thank you very much for accepting to partner with us to have this one-day meeting. So a hand of applause to PSFU and the whole team here. So Annette, Natasha, Laura, and everybody else at the UN, and of course the PSFU, thank you very much for accepting to be with us. Let me not forget Simon Kasiate. Before I sit down, it would be very, very wrong for me to forget Simon Kasiate. Where are you? Because it's you who has enabled us to communicate further and to speak to each other together. Let me also thank the team from the ministry. Afia, are you there? Afia, Lorna, Edgar, Silva, Evelyn. Thank you very much for a job well done. I think you will accept that they have done quite a good job. So where do we go from here? I think for me, number one thing is beyond statistics. We've seen all the good, the bad, and the ugly statistics around gender-based violence. What do we do? Do we leave it at this, or what are those next steps that we need to carry ahead? Because it's embarrassing to go into an international meeting and you give some of these statistics, actually. So that's why some countries hide some of these statistics when it's reporting at the UN, for instance, in Geneva, New York, Paris, Washington. People would like to paint a very good image of themselves, so they leave some of these figures behind, and they go and say, yes, we have done the following, we've done the following, we've done the following. And unfortunately, hiding things will lead to the practices continuing, because you're simply pretending to each other that things are rosy when they are actually not, you see. So we thought, so the first point of view is, what are those drivers that bring gender-based violence? It's lack of access to decent work opportunities for women especially. You know, women do not have the right jobs, or if they have those jobs, they are not decent jobs. So you have jobs which don't pay very well. There are jobs which, as you've seen the figures, 60% of them were got because you had the right person in the right place who put you in that job. So how about those who do not have those opportunities? It means they're very vulnerable to opportunity to gender-based violence. So we thought the first and most important thing is to ensure that women are in the right jobs, because right now, even if you're saying women have jobs, but the jobs are not well-paying, the jobs are not safe, the jobs are not accompanied by voice. You know, they don't belong to trade unions. They don't have maternal care. They don't have enough social protection. So the jobs must be decent. That is the first step towards women economic empowerment. And we've also been told economic empowerment is not a panacea. to the reduction in gender-based violence. It doesn't mean because you are economically empowered, therefore, you will be free of gender-based violence. Actually, it might even cause more problems for you. When you own that car and your husband doesn't own that car, issues will come, you know? I will ask you for money which you have borrowed from Centenary Bank. I want to own it. When you make profits, bring it back to me. So the more empowered you are, is the more problems you could be inviting. So it's not a panacea, but it's the first step towards ensuring that gender-based violence is a thing of the past. So a number of things we are doing at the ministry, and one of it which I didn't mention earlier is called employment impact assessment. You know, you've talked about gender audits, but we're looking at employment impact assessment. In other words, we want to sell this to ourselves, which is government, to parliament and to cabinet, that before a contractor is given a contract to, let's say, build Isimba Dam, we should be able to determine how many jobs will Isimba Dam construction bring. And are those jobs for Chinese or are those jobs for Ugandans? Are those jobs going to be for women or are they going to be for men? And if so, how many engineers, how many plumbers, how many masons, how many, you know. So that is called employment impact assessment. So we should determine ex ante, beforehand, how many jobs will be created, so that we shall be able to say, Makerere University, this year we need 300 masons. Okay, can you be able to provide? Then Makerere will say, no, we are not very good in terms of that. Maybe go to Chambogo. Or Chambogo will say, no, I think it should be a TVET institution which should be able to produce those people. So that is called being able to plan for your people so that they get access to those available opportunities for their people. But above that, going forward, it's ensuring that, for instance, as we said, government speaking with one voice, the macroeconomic framework should work for people. We should not just look at inflation is low, balance of payments deficits are low, economic growth is high, therefore everything is good. No. How many jobs have been created should be a parameter, you know? How many people have been lifted out of poverty? How much more have people been able to earn? Because right now, I think, if you remember, for those who were in my session, the median wage for women is 140,000 Uganda shillings per month. That's what a woman earns. The man earns 250,000 Uganda shillings. So you see that what's called a gender pay gap, simply because women are in jobs which don't pay well, and men are occupying jobs which pay better, you see. So that's what's called a gender pay gap. Not because men and women are working in the same job, same everything, and they're earning less. No, it's because they are in the jobs which don't pay more than what the women the women and the men are in different jobs which don't pay equal. But above that, you know, so we want to make sure, so you have a job, but you also have rights. I think the rights-based approach is where we are looking at. So when you're talking about agency, you're talking about voice, we are talking about trade union representation, we are talking about Convention 190, we are talking about CEDAW, we are talking about what Angela goes to New York every year to do, you know, at the CSW. What are those decisions that happen in New York, and how do they impinge on our national laws and practices in Uganda? Obviously, Uganda is one of those countries that has been lauded for bringing up the best laws, the best regulations, the best policies in the world. We are that great. But what happens? Somewhere along the line, we do not follow through. So it's the implementation of those policies and programs that we need to carry forward. So involvement, working together with the unions, the private sector, as I said, is very important. If you know about the tenfold growth strategy, the private sector has been tasked with the creation of 4.4 million jobs. So when you see me talking to Sarah nicely all the time, it's because that's where the jobs are coming from. That's where the decent jobs are coming from. That's what the tenfold growth strategy is talking about. So if the private sector is not well resourced, is not given the right tools, they will not be able to create those 4.4 million jobs. And therefore, we should work together with them to ensure that they're able to get us those jobs. When you talk about technology, you see, we have what's called leapfrogged. Leapfrogging is very important because you avoid certain pitfalls. We've learned the good, the bad, and the ugly, some lessons, and therefore we've been able to leapfrog. But in the process, technology is also becoming an issue because look at AI, for instance. I can clone my head and my commissioner's head, and I can give myself a voice, and I can give Dr. Angel a voice, and we shall kiss, and we shall create issues. Before you know it, Angela is divorced, I'm divorced, simply because of AI. Because you've given AI the tool to divide us. And that's what's happening. Young kids are being made to do things which they have not done. All of a sudden you wake up and the whole school has seen that you were naked, you were in bed with the headmaster. And what does that mean for your life? You are ruined, you can no longer stay in that school. So GBV, technology is an enabler, but technology, if not well harnessed, is definitely a problem that could lead to gender-based violence. So we need to ensure that it is regulated, and of course, and then it's implemented. So thank you very much, Makerere University, for whatever you're doing in as far as fighting GBV is concerned. So again, going forward as we conclude, I'm almost looking at 3 projects out of this. 3 projects based on the three groups that we already brought together. Those were number 1, number 2, number 3. And I see ourselves converging a smaller group of people. I'm sorry to talk on your behalf. I'm already looking into your pocket, and Sarah's pocket, of course, bringing 3 groups together to think further around these ideas that we already bounced, here. And we could already come up with a mega program around gender-based violence, how to address gender-based violence from the point of view of technology-enabled GBV, then the prevention part being number 2, number 3 is economic empowerment, and the various objectives and deliverables that should be able to coalesce around that. So at an opportune time, we will reconvene you wherever, whenever, money permitting, maybe in Zanzibar, maybe in, no, not Zanzibar at least, that will be too expensive, but somewhere in the country where we shall have another round of thinking to get this to fruition. So let me end here. It's getting late, but it has been a very productive one full day. Again, thank you to our partners. Thank you to all of us. And on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Aggrey David Chivenge, I would like to officially adjourn this. Not close, adjourn, because we'll continue to meet and we'll come back to another session where we shall be able to unpack this. So thank you very much. The meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.
You announced it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been advised that others can also join in the group photo for the closing session. So you may kindly